Audible. It's audible.
Yeah, great.
Right, hello everyone. Welcome to the Assetto Masters Petit Le Mans. We're going to take the briefing now before qualifying in about 25 minutes. I want to thank everyone for showing up. Obviously, this is our first time hosting a big proper event like this, and we're overjoyed with the amount of drivers that have signed up for this and the turnout we've got. So, really big thank you for everyone for that. So it's a 10-hour race. Server set to 10 hours 5 minutes to make use of the rolling start. It's going to be 5 long stops mandatory for all teams. That can be driver swaps, or that can be I sit in pits for 180 seconds. We're going to do a rolling start, which means that once the lights go out, everyone's just going to sit where they are. Safety car will come through. It won't have a safety car.
I think we do.
No safety car. The big man upstairs. So yeah, it'll just it'll get called in text chats by class to go. So the LMPs will get called in text chat, and they'll start moving off at 80 kilometers per hour or 50 miles per hour. And then about 10 seconds later, GTEs. GTEs try to maintain sort of a 10-second gap just so we don't all bundle up together when the start comes around into turn 1. It'll lead single file until after the what turn is it? A little bit on the end. Looks like that doesn't help, does it? Yeah, after the double right, we'll form up double file. So try to be careful with the chicane, because it's barely wide enough to fit 2 cars anyway. And then you'll constantly visually get green to go up to racing speed while on the pit straight. I'll get called individually by classes as well. So first I'll get called for prototypes, then for GTs. In the first couple of laps we might have to restart, just if there's any really big incidents or if there's a server issue or whatever. So the session will get restarted, but after that hopefully we won't have to. In the event of anything server happening, we'll call a red flag. That'll show up on everybody's real penalty, and we'll drop a ping just to let everyone know what's happening. If we drop a yellow flag, that's full course yellow, so we'll get a countdown to 10. And that 10 counts down to 0. Everyone's expected to be doing 80 kilometers an hour or 50 miles an hour. That'll roll for a lap or 2, just if there's a big incident. That'll count back down again for everyone to go back to racing speeds, and that'll be that. Obviously, it's on class, there's with the slower cars on the track, so just take time passing them. Obviously 10 hours is a long time. Everyone's great. At least all their teams can. It is my teammates are scared, but I would not want to break their car. Swap procedure, when to do your long stops, you'll pull into the pits, the timer will start, you just hang about in the pits, and once that timer's counted down from 180 seconds, you're free to leave the pit lane. Or to swap, you pull to the end of the pit lane, exit the server, and the next driver will join once you've exited. The timer counts down to 0, so make sure to load your setup if you're joining the server. Pit entry speed is going to be, I think it's 86 kilometers an hour. So basically, if you just go in, set your pit limiter, the line it checks is just when it pulls off the main racing surface, and there's a couple cones there in a line. If you're going over 86 miles an hour or 86 kilometers an hour, you'll get a penalty. That'll probably be a drive-through. So serve that just by driving through the pits. Don't stop in the box. Just keep going at speed until you get out, and that'll be your drive through served. If you cross the exit line, that's a little yellow line on the left when you come out. I don't think that works, but don't cross it anyway. We'll be checking. You get a drive through for that as well. And cut warnings, you will you cut the track and don't give up the time. You'll get a cut warning. You'll know if you've given up the time because the yellow indicator that says cut will turn green, and then you're free to go again. And that won't give you a warning. If you keep going and it's yellow and you don't slow down, it'll give you a cut warning, which will count to say cut warnings on the screen. It's 5 warnings. It runs it a bit funny because on your 4th it will say 4 out of 4, and on your 5th it will give you a penalty. Just to clear that. I think that's about it. Has anybody got any questions? Just raise your hand and I'll get you onto the stage.
I have a question. Can we do celebratory donuts after the end of the race? In a safe manner, of course.
Once the race is over, yeah, make sure you don't go back across the finish line to the other side, to the end of the track, because people will still be coming through yellow gates in the second. You can do that after sort of turn 1. Just try to make sure you're not impacting other cars that sit on the race. So, obviously in a safe manner, like you said. Safety car. We won't have a safety car. We'll have a virtual safety car, which will be the full course yellow. That's mainly if there's a big crash. I think if a car goes off a bit, we probably won't call it. 3 or more most likely will be, 2 depending on the scenario. Right, Hayden.
Hi. I really hate to ask a stupid question. Is the timer managed through the server, or do teams have to manually keep track of it?
Timer for the long stops.
Yeah, for the long stops.
So when you pull into the pits, it's sort of around the top right of the centre of the screen. It'll count you down from 180. That time will count down when there's not a driver in the server as well. So.
Okay, so it's the one that's run through the server. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I know it's a stupid question. I just wanted to make sure. All right. Thank you.
Cole.
For VCs, are we in our own, or are the VCs in the server?
Those are optional. Those are just for any teams that don't have one. You can go to your own if you want. We put those in because some people, especially if they got together through the driver market, might not have a voice channel. So yeah, again, those are optional. Use your own if you want. Iwis.
Yeah, 2 questions. I think you might have answered this one. Can you clear one of the long stops without actually changing drivers, but just waiting the timer?
Yeah, you go into the pits, it will count down 180. You just stay in the pits for those 3 minutes and you pull out again when it's done, and it will count a long stop down.
Cool. And then, so if we're in our own voice chats, we don't need to hear any messages from race control during the actual race, like after the start then?
Any messages from race control will get given in the real penalty chat. It should come up nice and big and readable and vibrant on the screen.
Cool, cheers.
Do have the regular AC chat up open just in case. Peter.
Hi. So, while the driver change is going on, do the pit stops still count? So, will it be changing tires and adding fuel while the driver change is happening?
Well, when the second driver loads into the server, it will be like loading in with a new car. So it'll load his tab and it'll already be fueled and tired up.
Okay, sure. So I'd need to add all the fuel myself in the setup.
Yeah, make sure you load yourself when you join in.
Sure. No worries. Thanks.
Lass, I think that's the name.
Yeah, so if we have an own voice channel on another server or something, we need to stay here to receive the call for the start and stuff. But what if we want to change over? Like, I mean, you would have to do that on track, which isn't optimal.
Yeah, I think we're doing the real penalty text chat for the start now. So we've changed it a few times, but
Oh, okay.
so
Right.
you should be able to just stay in your team's voice channel as soon as the briefing's over.
Oh, all right. All right. Thanks.
Oh, okay.
For the virtual safety cars, are you gonna notify us on this voice channel, or are you gonna send DMs, or how's it gonna work? Because if we're not in this voice channel and you want to call out a safety car or a virtual safety car, we might not all hear it.
So the VSC is a real penalty feature. It will come up a box and a, frankly, copiously loud siren, and it will
Oh.
count down from 10 on your screen.
Okay, didn't know that. Thanks.
Just to add on to the virtual safety car, if you look in the chat here, it will show you how to add a pit speed limiter button, which is very useful because then you can't go over the pit speed limit or the virtual safety car speed limit because you will receive a penalty. So do that if you haven't.
Right, has anyone else got any more questions? Oh, God.
When it comes to reporting incidents, is it after the race or can we report them during the race?
You can report during the race, but the stewards aren't looking at anything until after the race, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
So I think if that's it, we'll give it maybe a couple more minutes just in case anyone thinks of anything, and then we'll end the driver briefing.
Okay, another question. Are you dishing out penalties for crossing the pit lane?
So the pit exit line should be done by real penalty. I think it's not working at the moment, so we will go over it. We'll go over in any situation where it's actually caused danger. We'll penalise it, and probably just anyway. So don't do it. That's...
Right.
assume it's not.
Yeah, you're live.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm not pressing my push to talk button. What is going on?
Everything's
Well, that's. Oh, it is Google Meet. Can you hear me now?
Yep, loud and clear.
I've got push to talk on. I'm not pressing the button. How does that work? Oh, it's when I have to when my mic is turned off. Wait, so if I do this, can you hear me now? Okay, that's stupid. That's it. Only push to talk works only when you're muted. Mate, this is about as close as it gets. If you want it any louder, you're going to have to turn it up.
Basically.
I'm not sitting like that for the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the same mic I did the briefing with. So. In fact, I'm sitting closer than I was when I did the briefing.
Okay. I think you're sorted for now.
So Pete, turn us up. Okay, let's mic check.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's good. Because it's qualifying, so it's based on qualifying position. That is why. audio check. Welcome everyone to Sunny Road, Atlanta, just outside of Brazelton, Georgia. We go green in 50 seconds for the Petit Le Mans 10 hours of Road Atlanta. I'm going to get you some lineups just in a second. For the LMPs on pole, we have... Yeah, formation lap, that's what I meant. I definitely didn't lie on my CV when I took this job. Okay, so lining up the LMPs for now, we've got on pole position the Doggo Kart. On second, the Lopen Endurance Racing Team. Third, Assetto Masters. Fourth, Prime Motorsport. Fifth, Pass Endurance Team. Sixth, Calabrius Motorsport. And Centre Outrun who are at the back. And the LMPs go long. We appear to have 2 GTEs on the track. I don't know why. I don't know what our cameraman's doing. Man, lad, please. Please. So, where's Sid? Sid, tell them to, why are they... Oh. Ooh, there's 3 of them. Why is there 3 of them? What's going on? Somebody's in the pits. Right, I think we're going to be restarting the race for this one. This is the starter's gone a bit interesting, so we'll see what's going on just a moment. Okay, looks like we've had restart then. We'll run that again. I think there was some miscommunications there with regards to the start. Okay, we'll go over the grid now that we've got a bit of a chance. On pole for the Le Mans prototypes, we've got the Doggo team. lining up alongside them, Lopen's Endurance Racing team. On the second row, Assetto Masters Racing and Prime Motorsports. On the third row, Sunset Outrun 1 Haas Endurance team. And lining up on the fourth row is the Cladris Motorsport car. For the GTEs, starting on pole is the Haas Endurance Team GTE. Starting alongside them, the Sunset Outrun GTE. Behind them on row 2, Infinity Sim Racing and BMS. Third row, Low Speed Lopen Lappers and Lopen Endurance Racing. On the fourth row, Power Piston and FTF Racing. Row 5, Lopen X Legion Endurance Division and Lopen Endurance Team Yellow. And I think it's all staff cars behind that, so that will be the grid. We'll go green for the formation lap in about 3¼ minutes. Why is there a 787B in the race car? We let him pick the safety car, and he picked that. There's no safety car though, so I don't know why he's still here. But yeah, he's not going to be on the track. That's just been cool to have.
To be fair, a 787 racing with the modern prototypes is going to be really interesting. Especially since in modern LMPs always rely on downforce, while the mechanical grip is almost absent in the newer cars.
Absolutely, it's going to be interesting seeing how these two groups of cars go around. Obviously, as you say, the Le Mans prototypes relying on their downforce, and the GTs relying more on the mechanical grip. Obviously, they have some aero, but they are two completely different machines to drive here. I think we're going to see some interesting lines.
Yeah. The race will be very interesting, even without the 787 in the race.
Well, let's hope he is going to get out of the way and we don't end up having a moment where he is still on the grid.
So, a quick rundown of what happened. The GTs, the last time, were too close to the LMPs, and we said it in the briefing, and I think there was a miscommunication among the teams, and that's why we're having a second start. Second start, yeah. So hopefully everything goes well this time, and we'll have the whole 10 hours starting very soon.
Yeah, 50 seconds until we go out on our second attempt at a formation lap. Hopefully it goes a bit better than the first.
To be fair, the whole qualifying thing has been really interesting. I think coming on to the weekend, we all expected the Dogo LMP to be on pole, and they did. But what we didn't expect was an open P2 behind.
Well, absolutely. I'm sure they've got some really fast drivers in there. Obviously, unknown variables to us, but it's good to see them come out in force. Hopefully, they can have a good race today, and we'll see some good stuff from them.
Particularly, okay, so we are about to go green.
Here we go. We've got the GCs moving along behind the LMPs now. Decent gap should make sure we don't have to have another restart.
Also, a lot of cars like 18,
see a couple of drivers weaving here to warm up the tyres. I've seen that go wrong. Do we think we're going to see a shake of a position last minute on the formation lap?
Anything could happen. I mean, this track has a history of making really weird decisions. Like, in the end, it's not up to the overall pace. It's all going to be on the track, right? So any GT out of position during the start or the starting laps will be making a huge impact, even if it's one car.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a long time. 10 hours. 10 hours. Anything could happen, really. But you would hate to see one of the LMPs lose a lot of time up if they get stuck behind the GTEs coming off the formation lap. I mean, obviously, traffic is going to be what determines the outcome of this race for sure. But, it'll be interesting to see how the teams handle it.
Especially sector 1 is going to be really tough. Even if you're not overtaking the GT before the second corner, you're going to be behind the GT until you reach sector 2, I think. So it's going to be really interesting. You'll be losing about 2 to 3 seconds in one sector.
Absolutely, it's going to be all about the drivers that can pick their moments here, that can negotiate the traffic without incident. I think we're going to see the ones that we're going to see thrive here today.
So only moments away from the actual race start, and everyone's in position as it seems. And
here they come around the downhill bend at the first lot for the LMPs to have their start. Doggo and Lopen taking up the front spots. Are we going to see anyone get past them, or are we going to see them blow away? Here they come, they go green. Doggo taking quite a big lead right off the start. Lopen still behind them.
Okay, already going 3 wide.
Up 5th, and the GTEs going green as well.
We're having 5th off, yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can actually get on board with one of the cars here. Maybe the Assetto Masters racing car, or even the Sunset Outrun here, making a move on the Calabris Motorsport. Not quite making it stick, but I'm sure we'll be happy to have another look.
There's a bump there.
Just a second. I don't think that was. I think that was
yeah.
But here we see the one of the Lopen cars making the move stick on FTF Racing. They're fighting back the BMW there, but it looks like the Lopen team have gotten a bit dead to rights on the straight here.
I think the BMW is out of the draft. And Doggo's running away with, I think, 2 seconds of lead already.
At least he's just done a 112 to 113 of the Lopen car behind him, but the Assetto Masters Racing not letting that Lopen car get away as the Doggo car has. Hoping to make up some time, possibly execute a pass in the early stage of this race. Is that too risky a move for you? Do you think he should be sitting back and waiting until it calms down a bit?
If I was driving, I would actually wait. I think if you are within 1 second, you are already in the dirty air, and from my practice experience, I don't actually recommend being 1 second close. Eventually, you will have a lot of issues with your turning, and only going to cause mayhem. So so if it were me, I would actually pull back from the whole race, like 1 or 2 seconds from the actual gap between the cars, and hold on my position there.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. I always prefer to sit off a bit at the start. So just make sure, preserve the car. It's 10 hours, a lot can happen, it's a long time. But it's always best to...
I mean, you have to...
I mean, do you think we're going to see some scuffles? Maybe some incidents?
You know what? Maybe by my estimate, by lap 8 or 9, we should be reaching the GTs. The LMP should be reaching the GTs, and I think that's when the carnage will actually start. So until then, it will be clean. Then we'll actually see the first version of the real PL that we were expecting from the start.
Yeah, yes, as I said before, traffic is going to be what makes this race. The LMP is doing about 6 or 7 seconds a lap quicker than the GTEs in the practice servers and in qualifying. I think roughly the difference between those two cars. Maybe we can see the Cladrus Motorsport car, which has dropped 2 positions. Has that gone off? Is that?
Yeah, 30 seconds. It's from the seems so. Unfortunately, we don't have a option to see the replay, so we have to assume it's a off practice. Haas Endurance trying to make a move on Sunset or Outrun. Seems too back to make a move. Too back to make a move.
Well, yes, but the differences between the cars, obviously, they could be stronger in different sections. We've got on board with one of the Lopen cars now. That is the Lopen Endurance Team Yellow here in the Aston Martin.
During the whole practice session and the actual quali, the Aston Martins look like they have a 3 kmph advantage on the straight line. So for them, the overtaking might be easier, but I don't think the Ford could actually overtake them on a straight. They seem to have a slight advantage on the straight line, unfortunately.
Well, like you say, but where one attribute rises, another one falls.
P1's fun.
The Sunset Outrun car looks like he outran his own stability and has 2 positions at least. Maybe even the gap to the Lopen car there going to drop. It's within a battle range.
And that's
the Power Piston Motorsport car, yeah. Having a small excursion off track there. Pointing the right way again, ready to get going. Maybe we could even turn the auto cam off so we can choose what car we're looking at. There we go. Maybe have an external view of the cars, maybe to get a better idea of their positioning relatively to other cars.
So the number 37 Assetto Masters racing car is still 210 behind the Lopen Endurance team. So that fight hasn't calmed down a bit.
Oh, one of the Lopen cars off. That is the Lopen Endurance Team Yellow. Aston Martin we were watching earlier. Is that a big fall from grace, do we think? Do we think he'll make that time back? He certainly seemed quick during the qualifying session.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time before they can actually... Oh wait, Aston Masters is making a move on Lopen.
Big move on the Lopen Endurance Team car. He's made it stick. Is he going to come under fire again immediately after though? Do you think he's going to get away from him, or do you think we're going to see some more action?
From the start itself, the Lopen team doesn't have the quality pace, I think. They have the quality pace, but they don't have the race pace as a team. So it was only a matter of time. The gap is already 7 points, so I think it's safe to say that the Assetto Masters car is going to make the gap.
It certainly seems to be making inroads away from it. It's a long time. Anything can happen. This is a treacherous track as we see the Sunset Outrun LMP off again. Falling down to second to last. Only a 8-second gap to the Cladrus Motorsport car. Now a 6-second gap. Ticking down. Those seconds, those really count, those don't. So who knows? Maybe we'll see a move from the back there for the car that went off earlier.
So this is the first time the LMP field will be lapping the GTs.
The Haas Endurance team dropping 2 positions, 3 positions. Maybe we should have a look at them to see if they've gone off.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even if there's a small spin or a big incident, it won't make the big difference in the big picture because there will be a lot of incidents and it's inevitable in some ways.
Oh, absolutely. You've got to say the front of that car does look a bit crunched, doesn't it?
Yeah, I expect the top speed to be down a bit.
That looks very crunched, that is. I'm not sure I've seen cars. This is not crunched, it just looks a bit scuffed. But I think he has had a visit to do some sort of object.
Nothing a hammer couldn't fix.
It's not a good hammer can't fix. The Lopen Endurance team making a move on the Assetto Masters Racing. I wonder if that car's even gone off. No, there's a traffic.
As we said, GTs are making the difference right now. And
laps, reaching the first vestiges of traffic now for the first time. More to come over the 10 hours. I think that traffic is going to make a big difference in how this race plays out.
And all this fighting is allowing Dogo to actually run away. They already have a 10-second gap to the car in P2.
Yes, they really are. They're on a big run. They want this. Oh, a little bit of oversteer from the local endurance car. The Assetto Masters car gets up the inside coming into that last corner. This could be interesting. Backs off a bit just to let it go through, but they may have the overspeed into the first corner here now. That's switching into the turns 2 through 5, I think, complex here. We'll certainly be wanting to get that position back.
And in the background, the Haskell is actually catching up. What we didn't realize was the Haskell is actually catching up because these guys are battling like hell.
Yeah, certainly on the back of the FTF racing car there. These are all regulars we've had here, so definitely some long ago forged battles between these two. I think it'll get very competitive between the regulars, the old members we've had, or do you think the new members are coming in with something to prove?
The friendly competition will always be there. Like I want to be my friends. Like we are always a team, right? We race together, we fight together, but we usually never have the time to or the opportunity to fight in a competitive way. So this is a good change of pace for us.
The Assetto Masters car will almost have run on the lopen there. Maybe had to back off a little bit.
Yeah, the GT was very unfortunate.
You're going to be challenging into the first corner here. Maybe even late on the brakes. No, backs out. Probably the better decision in such a long race. You'll get many more opportunities to battle over the next 9 hours and 50 minutes. So.
But what's happening is here is the local team doesn't have the pace they showed in quality. So the Assetto Masters car is being held up. At the same time, the Haas and the Prime Motorsport car is also catching behind.
Yeah, you say when you see two cars battling, that will slow them down. But the gap seems to be increasing to those two cars. So maybe not. Maybe those two are battling as well.
Seems so, yeah. But, yeah,
FTF ranking gaining on the Art Endurance team car. Maybe like you said before, the top speed's down.
So the gap between P1 and P2 actually dropped down to, I think they lost like 3 seconds in the last one lap. So I'm guessing that.
Yes, lost a few seconds to Doggo. Maybe Doggo just backing off a bit. They've got a good gap. They can work on maintaining that, taking a few less risks than maybe the local car are. Not only trying to catch up to the Doggo car, but also get away from Assetto Masters Racing. It's possible that they've hit more traffic, and the second and third cars will lose that as well when they hit that row of traffic that I think we might be looking at here. So it's interesting. Oh, there goes the Assetto Masters Racing car off that. I believe that is turn 6. It's not. That's turn 1. That's turn 1. Only losing 1 position to Sunset Outrun there. So, I don't know.
No, it's down to P6 now.
So we see the Haas Endurance team now inheriting that position, making moves onto Lopen. Do you think Lopen are going to show the same prowess, or do you think they're not going to be able to keep it up?
I mean, I think the driver who did the quali is not doing the race, so it's only up to the driver what they can do, what the car can do.
I would be inclined to agree. I think I saw that car disconnect, so I suspect they switched drivers, or... Oh, what was that? It was nothing. Yeah, we start to see the field a bit more spread out. Still battles, but nowhere near as close as it was, maybe 5-10 minutes ago. But definitely still some close contention here between Haas Endurance desperately chasing down that Lopen car. Took 2 seconds out on that last lap. So, like I said, dealing with traffic makes all the difference here. You see the way that they dealt with the traffic there. It's got right on the back of the Lopen car. We're going to see a move here, maybe, on this lap.
Okay,
Prime Motorsport running a bit wide on turn 1, easily done, loses a position with the Sunset Outrun car and a lot of time onto the Haas car they were chasing down. Could have been worse, obviously still a spin, he's lost time, but I mean, to keep it at the wall is always an achievement, even after you've spun. Okay, we see the Assetto Masters Racing there now on the back of the Prime Motorsports car, maybe hoping to take back some of those positions they lost earlier.
So So we have.
I mean, it's a 10-hour race. I think we'll see a lot of positions changing. Sorry, go on.
We had our first official drop-off. PowerPoint Motorsport.
Ah, Power Piston Motorsport, they gone.
Power Piston, yeah.
That's a shame. First of many, I'm sure. It's a shame to see it happen. But sometimes the cars just don't do them more favour. Assetto Masters car hoping the car's going to come in their favour here. The cars of traffic hoping that will let them get close to the Prime Motorsport. Right there, a bit shaky over that last corner there. Going side by side with one of the GTE cars there. It's lost them quite a bit of time. Car's not in their favour, but there's always time for a redemption. 9 hours and 48 minutes left of this race. Anything can happen. That's the Prime Motorsports car wide, losing the position to Assetto Masters Racing and the Calabria's car, who actually have done a massive job catching up. They're now a second behind the Assetto Masters Racing car, as the Prime Motorsport gets stuck behind another one of the GTEs there. It's unfortunate, but that's multicast. And a little bit of Lopen internal conflict now, with the 3 Lopen cars here, all lining up, going for the move. Ooh, was that a bit of a shunt?
I think
team
the
manager's not
Aston
going to
didn't
be
expect.
happy with that one.
Yeah, I don't think the Aston driver expected the Corvette to break that early.
No, maybe he wasn't taking into account the car the Corvette had in front of him already. It was the LMP, I believe. That was Assetto Masters, or was Prime even, I think.
Yeah, that seems like Prime, yeah.
But I mean, it's a long 10 hours, and they're still right on the back of that. Do we think we're going to see some team orders come out between the Lopen cars at some point?
I mean, yeah, if they're in contention for the podium, yeah, sure. But right now,
in fact, we may have seen it there. I saw that the white car pull off to the side there, over the start-finish line, has conceded the position to the 777 Corvette from the team. Maybe we're seeing the team orders happening already.
Maybe he felt bad for the select contact. He did gain a
being
position
told the
from
commentator audio is kind of low. Perhaps the commentators might find themselves being turned up a little bit. I'm just going to check out. It doesn't seem to be too bad. We'll try and get that a bit louder for going on now. So obviously the commentary is useless if you can't hear it. But, yeah, less and less the commentators this race gets on, then the gaps grow bigger. There's always something. The Prime Motorsport are into pits. You have a look at them. Maybe damage.
It may seem like they're doing their first long stop.
Maybe taking advantage of having to pit for damage to get one out of the way. It's always a good strategy. But it's going to seriously hurt them in the short run, but it's going to balance back out in the long run.
Anything could happen by, like, if the long stop actually makes a difference, it won't be making a big difference, because in the end it's all still up to the traffic. As a car making big gains just from traffic, like 5 to 6 seconds in with just one lap. So still anything could happen, and I don't think strategy can make a huge amount of difference.
Oh, absolutely. It's a long 10 hours. Anything can happen. I think we'll see some really interesting stuff happen, I think. The Lopen Endurance car, I think the closest battle we've got here. Still right on the back of his teammate. It has dropped off a little bit from the other car, but could still be a bit of ferocity between these two, but I get a feeling they'll go easy on each other, being teammates. Which may be a bit controversial, but obviously there's no rule against it. Oh, that's the Assetto Masters racing car in the pits as well. This is getting interesting. That's your team.
Yeah.
What are they doing in there? Well, they're in the box, so it's not a drive-through.
Maybe a schedule stop.
a scheduled stop.
Yeah, and just for fuel and tires.
Who knows? Maybe they've worked out the stints, and this is going to work for them in the future. So who's to say? Who's to say? We'll certainly see, and it will certainly be interesting to find out how this plays out for them in the long run.
Well, I can
And
speak
that's
for
the
my
big
team
team
that we
had a
did
crash.
actually. Yeah.
Somewhere towards the back of Slopen Yellow, which is the team currently in 14th. I mean, the gap to their teammate car ever expanding, but I think they've got back on track now, back up to racing speed.
I was summoned.
Please, for the love of God, we're live on stream. Don't say anything bad.
Serpy's the one that summoned me.
Yeah, this is a commentary booth. Welcome. So, you see your teammate out there in the Haas Endurance team in third. How do you think he's doing so far?
I think he's doing pretty well, to be fair. I'm rather proud of him for, despite the few mishaps he's had, he's, really pushing it, getting there, gaining those positions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a few shake-ups, but he's remained fairly near the front. Started quite well. You think we're going to see a good finish from that car?
I'm hoping, because obviously I'm in the car, I'm hoping I don't botch it up, because I'm a bit of a washed driver.
Well, I mean, there's always going to be higher and lower skilled drivers. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Obviously, I'm sure you're going to give it your all as well, as we get on board with the other Haas car in the GTE, chasing down Sunset Outrun for the battle for P2 here. And Will in chat, Lopen have a P2 car. They're currently in second place. It is the Lopen Endurance Racing Team car. No colour attached to this one. But this is a really fierce battle for P2 that we're watching here.
I do believe that's Alfie behind the wheel.
Quite possibly our very own.
Yeah, quite a skilled driver. He keeps his own in most of the races.
Certainly. It's going to be interesting to see the moves already. He's been very aggressive. He wants to get past this car. Maybe to go and chase down the Bhutan car as well. He makes his move there. He backs out at the last minute. I think maybe a sensible decision. Given the longevity of this race, there'll always be more opportunities to make that attack. And you don't want to end up with damage more than anything. But yeah, really getting aggressive with that Aston Martin in front of him. He's in a hurry to get past. Yeah, the Haas Endurance team still chasing down the Sunset Outrun GTE car here. They do want to get past, but I mean, this battle is allowing the BMS team to build up an incredible lead. 10 seconds at the moment now, I think, but that can all come crumbling down with a mistake, so that's endurance. But,
I don't believe we ever see mistakes from the BMS team, as one of the drivers in there is Seven himself, nicknamed Honda Civic with a laptop. Little bit of a speedy lad there.
Yeah, certainly we've seen big things from him. I don't know if he's in the car at the now, but you can only assume that he probably is doing quite well for himself. But I think if his other teammates are this fast, I think they may well have the think they may well have that first spot reserved. A little bit of flashing of the lights there from the Haas Endurance team, maybe trying to put off the Sunset Outrun team. It all comes down to the mental here in these races, these endurance races. So as through comes the Caladrius Motorsport LMP. A bit of traffic maybe. Passing through. They'll get right back to that. The Haas Endurance team wasting no time making that move on the inside. I see he's going to back out again. But I mean, he is coming after them. The battle in the Lopens at the back calmed down a bit. I think maybe they don't want to risk any team-on-team action. The field's spread out quite a bit now. We've had a couple cars spin, a couple cars go off. But we all know it can get close again in a blink of an eye in endurance racing. So certainly there's going to be no end of action over the next 9.5 hours. But this is the battle to watch at the moment. Haas Endurance team and the Sunset Outrun car for P2 in the GTE class. Autocam taking us here to the Assetto Masters racing car. About 30 seconds down off the next car ahead, but we can see that time get snapped up in an instant. We can see, you know, there's fast drivers can pull that back, incidents can pull that back. It's they say the leads in endurance racing are fragile, especially at the start of this 10 hours affair. With 9 more to go, anything can happen. We for sure will see some more drama, I think. But I think we'll have a look at that Lopen battle at the back now. Lovely. Getting a bit of traffic coming past there. That is the AMR car we were just on board with. I think we're going to see that possibly slow down the Lopen car ahead here. Coming into this chicane, may have to take a slightly slower line to accommodate the LMP on it. Is that going to allow the 777 Corvette here to catch up, do we think? Certainly seems as though the car behind possibly backing off a bit. Maybe good courtesy. You don't want to, you know, nobody wants an incident this early into such a long race, and especially not with your own teammate. So maybe sitting back for a bit, just trying to keep the gap close. So if they pit, whatever, undercut, they can inherit that lead cleanly without risk of incident. But for now, seems to be sitting behind, content to just keep up and keep with. It's the Lopen car behind them. That is the Endurance Team Yellow off the track there. Hasn't lost that much time, or has lost quite a lot of time. Either off the track again. Do we think they're having an incident? Do you think maybe we work our way around to them? A lot of red flashing up there, which would tend. I think the red implies they're off track. So it does seem like they might have just gotten back on track as well. But oh, that's the number 38. That is the yellow team off track again, having another excursion, maybe heating the tyres from the previous off tracks. And the Haas Endurance car still making moves on that Sunset Outrun. They want that position. This has been a really good battle, and hopefully we get to see this possibly still continue later in the race, going on the inside, but that Corvette in front of them blocking them off. That is maybe one of the Lopen cars being lapped. Blue flags, I suspect probably the 777 even. I think that is the Corvette. Well, there's a couple of Corvettes here on my screen, so it could be any one of them, but that has certainly made the difference. Doesn't it, you know, traffic is making that difference even within, let alone across. The Haas team, obviously known for being very considerate of their blue flags. This Corvette, maybe not so much, but you've got to understand there isn't really anywhere else you could go. With the Haas car on the left and the the Sunset Outrun car on the right, there isn't really anywhere you can go without blocking off one of the cars. So I think going on the outside, he did the right thing there, but that is certainly not deterred the number 23 here, who is still right on his arse. Ooh, a little bit on the grass, slow down there for the Sunset Outrun car. That's going to let the gap close right up. As the Haas car gets a little bit shaky on the curbs, but this is certainly, these are two drivers that are really in their moment right now, trying desperately to do anything they can to keep the other car away. I think we're going to see some real drama from these two, at least until the first driver swaps to kick in, and the maybe not so much ferocity, but we can only hope. Coming over the crest here to end the lap. There's still only a few tenths between them. This is very exciting stuff. Pretty much the only battle we've got going on now, actually, rather than apart from the Lopen, which seems to be backing off, and Infinity Sim Racing on the back of FDF here for the 4th place and 5th place. Just posting similar lap times. Infinity Car a couple of tenths ahead. Could they be narrowing down that gap? In the background, we'll keep our eyes on that one as well. But for now, it's all about the Haas Endurance car and the Sunset Outrun car here. Desperately pushing. They've been scuffling for position since the race kicked off half an hour ago. No rest for the wicked, or either of these cars, as I think that's an LMP going through, yes. I believe that's the Lopen car. Ooh, getting a bit shaky at the back there. Maybe making a mistake because of traffic. That's what I think we're going to see a lot of, the traffic determining the outcome here. But all calm on the Lopen front for now. But the Haas and Sunset front, certainly all hands on deck, trying to make this this move work, trying to make a move there. Another LMP coming through, that's the Prime Motorsport car. I think getting in there, getting in between there, do we think that's going to slow down the Sunset Outrun car into turn 1? Do we think that's going to let the Haas Endurance team get a bit of a chance to make a run on them? Obviously, the gap widening a bit from that LMP intervention, but certainly closing up more from this LMP intervention. Do we think we're going to see this gap close up? We certainly are. The Haas car right back on the end of the Sunset Outrun car. This is a big move here. Making that pass. Can he make it stick in the twisties? I think he has. I think they're behind. Big move. Many minutes in the making. But I certainly don't think that's going to be the last we see of the Sunset Outrun car in this scuffle for P2. I think we're going to see them fight back, certainly as hard as they defended against them earlier. Certainly seem to have the straight and the speeds here in the Aston Martin, chasing down that Porsche that I think we saw had front damage. So maybe down on top speed we saw had front damage earlier in the race from an accident, but they've driven that back up to P2, which is massive. They're on the grass a bit there though. That's going to allow the Sunset Outrun car to have a better run. We're going to see a move into turn 1. Ooh, the Sunset Outrun car on the grass themselves, that's going to kill that momentum, but they're certainly not going to give that one up anytime soon. I think we're going to see these cars still fighting. Two of the Lopen cars at the back now. That is the Team Yellow and the Lopen X Legion car having a little position change. Do we think that's going to be an interesting battle to watch? Let's have a look over there and see what they're doing. That is the Lopen car. I think possibly went off. Are we going to see the same courtesy between teammates that we saw with the other two cars, or are we going to see a push for that position back here? Are we going to see them fight for that? So it's certainly a risky move, but it's entirely possible either one of these cars has damage. There's no way of knowing. They certainly seem to be easing off a bit, maybe just to make sure, you know, there's no unfortunate accidents between the teammates here. You wouldn't want. I think we're going back to the Sunset car that seems to be making that time up little by little, but it all counts. Hoping to get back on the rear bumper of that Haas Endurance team car that took the position off them earlier, running right onto the curves. That is a dangerous thing to do there. I think we could be seeing some drama any second. I think it could all crumble for one of these teams. It could be either of them. So it's the fun of endurance racing. You never know. It's all about keeping your cool. The LMP coming behind there. I think that's the Assetto Masters car. they're going to be making life difficult for one or both of these cars, we think. As the Haas car goes wide, that's going to allow the Sunset Outrun to get a bit of speed to catch up. But is this Assetto Masters Racing LMP2 going to play a part in this engagement? Sitting patiently behind the Sunset Outrun car, he's going to make the move on that one at least. Down this straight, he might even get the Haas car before the chicane as well. But if he doesn't, I think that's going to cause major headache for the Sunset Outrun, getting stuck behind that car on the chicane while the Haas car gets to go through freely. But now we've got the Infinity Sim Racing car as well, coming right up behind FTF. That was another one of the big battles we're looking at for 4th place here. Oh no, this one is interesting now. But it's certainly still action. That's a lot of time gained through that chicane, I think, on the BMW. But we'll see how this develops into turn 1. The Ford dropping off a bit on the top speed maybe, but I think we'll certainly see some interesting stuff happen into the twisties up here. Turns 2 through 5. The Ford already getting much closer in that rear view mirror. And you've got to wonder, is that getting to the driver of the FTF here? Do we think he's worrying about it, seeing it get closer like this? We're going to see a mistake. He's riding the curbs awful hard there. That's it's a dangerous thing to do here in Brazelton. But the Sunset Outrun car still not giving up the ghost on this one. Only a few tenths separating the two cars now. They've clearly they clearly want that. Another LMP into the mix. This could be interesting now. The Sunset Outrun car pulling out into the slipstream of that LMP to try and get past. They're side by side. I think they're going to be passed before the chicane. I think they're going to make that stick in the chicane, unless that's a big. We're going to see a lunge down the inside. No, maybe maximising the exit here. Oh, they've got a better exit. Getting on the inside here into turn 1. I think they're not gonna back out this time. Oh, run over the curbs. This is, I think, the Sunset Outrun on the grass there. Slowing down on the grass. That position's gone right back. The Infinity Sim Racing car as well, looking to make a move into turn 1 here. It backs off, but I don't think we're going to see the last of that. It's certainly two very evenly matched teams here. They're trying tooth and nail as well, fighting to get those positions. Seem to have opened the gap a little bit, but maybe that Ford is a bit better on the corners than the BMW is. Maybe we'll see them close that gap again here onto the into the double right-hander. Ford now getting right up in the BMW's business, but I think the BMW is going to take off here onto the straight again. We'll see if that Ford makes any time into the chicane. It's entirely possible. I think it's a much faster. But it certainly has to be said, this is another close battle. We've been blessed with close battles in the GTE field. And, maybe time to look at the LMP field soon. But we're definitely not taking our eyes off this one until we've seen it spread out a bit. But I don't think we can see that happening anytime soon. I think these battles are going to be fighting on fiercely for quite a long time. It's one of the Lopen cars now in the pits. That's the Lopen Endurance Team Yellow, as well as Prime Motorsport. Still in there. Is that a retirement, do we think? We saw them in there earlier. Well, we're still on board with this battle. That's the Prime Motorsports car in the pits, which I'm told they had a disconnect and got served a 130-second stop and go penalty. And they are struggling to serve it now. They're in talks with our race control car, so hopefully they can get that cleared up soon enough. I say, although the race control car doesn't actually show on the server at the moment, so this could be trouble for their car. We'll have to see if we can get that sorted out for them. But for now, we're certainly going to see what's going to happen between this Ford and the BMW here. The Ford getting in front, actually, while I was distracted. That's big, but I think we're going to see the BMW possibly into the more straighter section here. Going to take some of those seconds back, some of those tenths back. Hopefully look at making a move in their case. But it's definitely one to watch. Pass racing dirty. I'm afraid we've been watching this one for the last while. Maybe we go to... I think we'll keep it right here, actually, for now. This is certainly interesting stuff. But yes, if you've got incidents, do report them. We'll take a look at them. But... Oh, another LMP introduced into this mix as the two go side by side into the chicane. This LMP is going to get slowed down, but what's it going to do for the GTEs here for this battle? What do we think is going to make that difference? LMP, obviously the traffic being huge here, going too wide with the LMP. Very close on the inside. That is a scary corner to take too wide. I can say that for absolute certainty. Slowing down the Ford into the corner here. Goes very wide. All wheels on the grass here. That's going to slow it down quite a lot and allow the FDF car to get right back up in his business. I don't think we've seen the end of this battle just yet. Only about 2 tenths separating these cars. It's very close racing, very, very indeed. And onto the straight, I think the BMW is going to take past, but no, he's held him off. As we're going to look at getting our second interviewee in. But we certainly will have a beady eye kept on this battle here. This is not the battle. This is the Assetto Masters racing car. They are currently second to last, not counting the Prime car having the issue. Last. But certainly trying to make that car up. This is the Infinity car now. Still got the BMW of FTF Racing on the back of it. Now going too wide over the start, over that curb. That is a dangerous curb there. So he's lucky to keep this keep that in one piece. But there's another LMP coming in, complicating things. I think that is the Sunset Outrun car, but I may be wrong. No, it's the Haas car. And now we're joined by one of the drivers of the Prime Motorsports car. What's going on?
So, in summary, things are not going brilliantly for the team. I am right now talking with the team at the same time. I just had to mute them quickly. But to the start of the race, we had a bit of a lacking start due to a lot of people pushing very hard. But after that, we had a few issues with a couple of spins and a bit of damage here and there. But now we've sadly had a disconnection issue from Lens, what pretty much means we're now running around dead last. So it's kind of fun, but at the same time, not really.
The timing screen here still shows you in the pits. What's up with that? You said your
well,
teammates did you had
we ended up with a stop-go. We ended up with a stop-go due to what happened with the disconnection.
I'm sorry to hear that. We'll have to have a look at that after when we can. We'll. There's nobody online to get that cancelled for you. That's the problem. So our safety car is in. I'm going to go ping him and ask him to clear that.
Well, right now we are literally only got like 12 seconds left of our stop and go, so.
Unfortunately, that's a lot of time lost. Then, do you think you're going to come back? Obviously, there's 9 hours left. There's a lot of time. Anything can happen.
Well, it depends on literally the full enthusiasm of the team, really. As we all know, endurance races, having issues can be very demoralizing. But from here, I just don't know. I guess we're gonna drive around, see what happens. If we don't finish, we don't finish.
Well, absolutely. It's all a mental game in the endurance races here. So anything can happen. 9 hours left. I mean, who knows? Other cars can drop out, can have issues. We could see you in first coming into the last 10 minutes. You never know.
Yeah, who knows? To be honest, but it's just fun.
Yeah, obviously, it's not ideal. But yes, thank you for sharing.
No problem.
Sorry to hear about your issues.
Max, pop in later and see how we're done there.
Absolutely, it'd be great to have you.
I'll see you later.
One of the drivers there for Prime Motorsports explaining what's going on down there at the pits now. We see him coming through the chicane, 4 laps down on the GTs. I think that's 5 or 6 laps down now on the leading LMPs. I'm just going to go confirm that with the live timings board. Yes, 10 laps. 10 laps off the lead lap for the LMPs, but well, that can all count down, but it's certainly not looking good for that car, unfortunately. We're back to they're in the pits again. That is not ideal. We'll have to keep an eye on that. The Haas Endurance LMP in the pits as well, coming in for their first stop of, I think, 2, and I need to make sure I don't not get in that car when I'm supposed to, because I will get slated if I miss my stint. But that's not for another 45 minutes. So, but this is a big train here. These 3 cars coming through. I think the double right-hander in a second. The Haas car overtaking there on blue flags. I think another blue flag in front of him. He'll be hoping to get through those as quickly as he can. He's made that second place. The Sunset Outrun a few seconds behind, still chasing. As the other Sunset Outrun inherits the position off the Haas Endurance team car, making its pit stop there. But I think the Haas Endurance team now going to be focusing on chasing down the BMS car, which have really gotten away there. 10-second lead still. Their last lap was a 1:17, so keeping up with the pace certainly. Maybe not as quick as they could be, but maybe they're backing off a bit just to conserve the car. Obviously, you don't want to go barreling in and spin every other lap. So certainly we're seeing some endurance racing tactics come in, which is going to be interesting to see how some of our regular, more sprinty race drivers are going to cope in an endurance environment. It's a different type of battle here. But yeah, as the Cladrius in the pits drop now to the Assetto Masters racing car, coming through behind the BMS GT there, I think that is. Or possibly not, because I think that one's got a skin. I don't know. It's very hard to tell. The live timings just says Rack and Mott for like half the cars. But yeah, we're on board with the Assetto Masters Racing still. Not a lot happening at the moment, besides that battle with FTF, which has sort of eased off a bit. Got a couple cars here. Sunset Outrun hoping to conquer the blue flags quickly and decisively to get right back after that Haas Endurance team. We saw a really good battle for them from them earlier. A lot of stuff happening. Very interesting motorsports here. The FTF Racing getting quite close now to that Ford still. Not letting that gap get any bigger than it has to. Yes. Some big gaps being made out now, obviously. 10 hours, a lot can happen. 9 hours left of that. More than that, even. But, yes, I think... Oh, is that the Ford off onto the grass there? I thought I saw for a second. The FTF Racing still definitely wanting to challenge that, not even thinking about backing off. They want that position and they want it soon. They don't want to be stuck behind them. I think they're going to want to go after the Sunset Outrun car if they get past. But I think Infinity Sim Racing having the same idea, don't want to be losing those tenths out. Come up to the Caladrius car here, getting stuck behind a BMW. We see the Haas Endurance Team car now just dropping an even bigger gap onto the Sunset Outrun, but we could see that all crumble down in traffic over the next short while. But hopefully we don't see that for their sake. It'd be good to see another battle. Speaking of another battle, the FTF Racing still not giving up the goat behind that Infinity Sim Racing car. They are still dedicated to getting that time back. And I'm being reliably informed by my analysts that the Haas GT are now lapping faster than the BMS car. So we actually are seeing that gap go down now, into the single digits. And that is, who is out in the pits? That is the Lopen Endurance Team and Doggo, the top two in LMPs. The Doggo out now. I expect we'll see the Lopen team go out soon as well. That was the Doggo really had been pulling it out in today's race. The Sunset Outrun car now in the pits as the Lopen Endurance Team go out. We already saw that Haas Endurance Team make their pit earlier. We are taking P3 off the Sunset Outrun car. So certainly some different strategies being run here within the LMP category, which is good to see. Unfortunately, the strategies are a bit basic due to these cars only having one tyre, etc., etc. But seeing the strategy come into it as well as the traffic is certainly going to be interesting as they come past that Corvette there, presumably one of the Lopen cars. And I need to get the commentator back in here at some point because I'm supposed to be driving at some point. But for now, I'm going to stay sat right here, eyes glued to the tantalising battles we've got going on here. Don't stop doing that. What we've got going on here, the Haas Endurance Team GTE disconnected from the server. Do we think they're taking their first long stop, quite possibly? Their first driver swap. About 50 minutes into the race. That is certainly an interesting thing to consider. Who's this? The BMS GT in the pits. We're seeing come in now, maybe leading the field for those stops. That first round of stops in the GT. The Sunset Outrun going past. Maybe again, as I said, running a different strategy. As the Sunset Outrun overtake the Assetto Masters racing car on track, or the other way around, the Assetto Masters overtaking Sunset on track, actually building up quite a gap. I think that Sunset car maybe went off. They'll be back on track now. But the BMS losing a couple more positions to drivers coming past while they're in the pits. In the pits for quite a long time. I'm sure we will see them come out again soon, but have been in there for quite a while. Maybe they're doing a long stop. But the closest battle now still being the Infinity Sim Racing and the FTF car. About 13 tenths between them. Just making sure that they feel their presence. The Haas Endurance team coming back, doing their first driver swap. And are back in the server, so we should see them come out soon. The BMS car's still in, so you've got to presume they're doing a long stop. Getting them out of the way at the start is always a good strategy. It's good for the mental if you're gaining time on cars in the closing stages of the race, having to do their long stops when you've already done yours. Obviously, endurance racing, a big mental battle rather than a battle on the track so much. So getting the mental in a good shape there obviously comes in handy. They're losing another position. They're down to 5th in the GTE class now as they sit in pits. The Haas Endurance team down to 7th after their stay. But I'm sure we'll see that come off as an undercut of sorts when all the other cars are switching. A new PB by the one of the Lopen cars, 117. Respectable. That is the Endurance Racing Team GTE in the AMR. Down in 11th overall, that's 5th place. The BMS car still in the pits. I worry we might be seeing some issues from them, but they are still in the server, so it's not a disconnect issue. I wonder if they're serving a particularly large penalty, but I can't think what they'd be serving that for. So, oh, the Haas Endurance team here been passed by that BMW, which I think is the FTF racing car, which is at this point is now a blue flag, chasing down that Infinity Sim Racing car for what is now P2. For now, pending those stops filtering through. But I'm sure the Haas Endurance team will be looking to get right back at the FTF car's throat when they make their pit, they make their long stop. But, obviously, cars with the same pace might not be in the same position with the long stops. That's one of the beauties of endurance racing, is you never know who's going to come out where until everyone's stops have been made. And with different drivers as well, obviously it keeps things unpredictable. You never know, a car that might be fast at the start might be slow at the end, slow at the end might be even slower at the start. You never know. But we certainly, these two. Okay, this car's slow at the back. But we certainly could see things from this team. But one car that's certainly not slow is the FTF Racing team, still right on the back as the stream camera goes on a massive drug trip, doing interesting things to the scenery. But certainly the two cars here are a massive fight, as we see a bit of doggo domination in the chat there. Certainly they have been a very strong competitor so far. Blue flag lapping the Assetto Masters racing car here through the final chicane. 15 seconds on the Lopen Endurance team car in second place behind them. The Infinity and FTF pitting at the same time. This is going to be interesting when we see those come out. One of the Lopen cars, the 123, that is the Lopen X Legion car sitting in the pits now as well. It's going to be, we'll see how these stops filter through in the end, but certainly suspending that battle nicely for a bit between the second and third place GTE. The Lopen X Legion out now, doing a driver swap, you'd presume. Running that car quite late, 57 minutes into the race, 57 minutes plus. So we get back on board with the Caladrius car, minute 6 behind Sunset Outrun. But they presumably a long stop down. but they shouldn't be, because it's not on the schedule. But yes, the Sunset Outrun GT leading now out of the server, presumably doing their long stop as well, which means that it's going to be the FTF Racing and the Infinity Sim Racing car now battling for first now that they're out of the pits. Only 7/10 separating those two cars, that number going down even more as they push each other at every angle, at every juncture. Yeah, I think we're going to see some real drama between these two. Doggo car here. Ooh, big off. Clairvoyant cameraman managing to catch that one just at the right moment. That's a big hit to the back. That's going to be some serious damage, I think. Damage is only set to 50% this race, so hopefully they can drive that one off without too much issue. The AMR car now getting chased down by the Sunset Outrun car. Probably flashing that I saw the Caladrius LMP in front there, and them both through. Sunset Outrun GT back in the server. We'll see them wait down that timer and see where they come out. This will certainly be interesting. Yeah, the Doggo car back on track now. Still got a good 5 seconds to the Lopen car. Prime car behind them will offer a traffic buffer to the Lopen car when they inevitably, potentially catch up. But 9 hours still to play out. Certainly a lot of drama. The Lopen Legion car I'm expecting to be out anytime soon, or maybe 3 minutes isn't as long as I think it is. I don't know. I need to start timing these. But, oh, the Lopen lap. Which one is that? Oh, the low-speed Lopen lappers now in the pits with the Sunset Outrun car down to 5th and 4th. Pending those pit stops, the Doggo out of the server now. Do you think they're doing a driver swap? It certainly has been no shortage of action and drama already in the first hour. I can't wait to see how the other 9 play out. Assetto Masters Racing trying to get around the Haas Endurance Team GTE here. The Lopen lappers not doing a long stop, not wasting any time. I'm getting ahead of that Sunset Outrun GTE, now leaving the pits as they wait to continue their long stop. Oh, who was that? That was one of the Lopen cars, sideways. Lopen Endurance Yellow, I think, that Aston. Getting a bit sideways. I wonder if they impacted any of the other teams around them. The BMS now overtake the Sunset Outrun, who are, so they'll now be on equal long stop count. So I think that should be the BMS still in front overall of the Sunset Outrun, who are going to find themselves at the back if this keeps up. Obviously, you can't do anything but wait out the 3 minutes, but that is until those long stops filter through. They're actually out now. Just come out of the pits as the Haas car here fends off the possibly slightly faster GTE. Currently second to last, not including that prime car at the back. Unfortunately, had the penalty issue at the start, but we certainly, I think, could see a comeback from them. Could see a comeback from the Caladrius car. We could see this entire leaderboard turned upside down in 8.5 hours' time. But I mean, it's all happening, all yet to happen. If we see half as much action in the last 9 hours as we have in this first one, certainly is going to be an enticing race to watch. And I'm going to try and be here describing the action for as much as I can outside of my stints. We still got the Infinity car chasing down the FTF, who is now for the lead of the GTE class. Doggo in pits now down to second to last in LMP, with that Caladrius car coming through as they sit in the pits for their long stop. But full honesty, I think we will see that car make big moves for the rest of this race. They certainly seem like a really fast team, so I don't think we've seen the last of Doggo. Certainly up in the contention, if not for the first place. I'm sure they'll definitely have that as a goal with the pace they've been showing so far, and I think that certainly is an achievable goal if the factors fall in their favour. Joined here by a representative from
drive-through.
Drive-through. What, for me? I'm commentating.
I was talking to Tiger.
No, who's got a drive through?
No, Tiger was asking what the penalty is for 4 cuts.
It's 5 cuts, because you know it counts the 4th one as 4 out of 4 and doesn't give you the penalty until you do it again. It's weird. But yes, my partner in here to describe more of the action. What are we? What have you been keeping your eyes on?
Oh, well, we did have the mishap with Doggo dropping from P1 all the way down to P6. They had a little bit of an accident.
That's their driver swap.
No, they crashed. They went off.
They were in the pits and they left the thing and joined
No,
back to driver.
they went off. I saw it happen.
Well, you saw them lose all of those positions when they went off.
No, I saw them crash and then they pitted.
Oh.
So.
And then they pitted and did their driver swap. So yeah, but I like I said a minute ago, we certainly haven't seen the last of them. They'll definitely be aiming for a high finish, maybe even that top spot of the podium, given the pace they've shown this race so far. Definitely, I think a goal within their grasp.
Yeah,
not pertaining.
Haven't putting down the fastest lap of the race, a 1:09.3. Pretty quick pace.
1:09 race pace is nutty. It's not that close to what they pulled in quality, but you've got to remember you're either driving with really heavy car from fuel or a bold tyres. So yes, speaking of first step of the podium, that battle between Infinity Sim Racing and FTF Racing still raging on violently, with the Sunset Outrun car as well now having gotten closer to the Assetto Masters racing car. What is happening? There is some freak force of nature weather effects going on here, as the Lopen Endurance team
we've got
car being transported back to the 1940s in black and white for a second there. That is interesting. Which Lopen car is that? It's not the Lopen car anymore. We're now back with the Infinity Sim Racing, still right on the bumper of that FTF Racing. We're going to see more from these two. No, we're not seeing anything. It's getting dark all of a sudden. No, it's getting light. Now on board with Sunset Outrun. They're about a second behind the Assetto Masters racing car. Definitely hoping to... oh my gosh, that is a Corvette. Very suddenly, I would be shivering my timbers if that happened to me. I'd please check your graphics card is not on fire, Mr. Streamer, because it's having something of a moment. On board with the Doggo here, we're seeing a lot of Doggo love in chat, actually, possibly more than Lopen, who have brought many cars, which is a surprise to see. They've certainly got good backing and they've certainly got good pace. They're down into 6th with their driver swap, but I think, ooh, that was close. But yes, I think we certainly haven't seen the last of them in contention for the top, posting a new fast lap of the race, a 1:15, not 1:15, a 10.6. A personal best for the driver then, because that's not their fastest lap of the race. Yes, a lovely gentleman in chat has the same advice as me. Stop changing your bloody PP filter, man. Stop it. Just leave. We can see the cars. It's fine. Just stop touching stuff. It's not me, I swear.
He's just trying to get a photo.
The cameraman's gone rogue. The cameraman has gone rogue. Okay. This is not us doing this.
Surfy's fucking with the filter for the stream.
Oh, Jesus, man. This is going out to the YouTube. You want Susan on her ass for the profanity? I just said arse. Like, family-friendly mode, okay? On.
I'm sorry, I apologise.
Alright, no more playing about with filters. Please.
And
okay. Back to the commentary, back to serious business with the big man.
Oh, no,
there goes the
that's the
Caladrius
spin.
car sideways, and one of the Lopen Endurance team Corvettes spinning the wheels up.
Oh no!
Straight into the Corvette, who is still there. That is the Lopen X Legion car, I believe. Judging from the amount of times its names has just popped up in the crash pop-ups on my live timing page. We're going to see them get going again. That's the sort of incident that can cost you. You'd think it's not a long time, but those little incidents add up. In fact, the BMS car getting past Lopen Lappers here. We know that car, the Hello Kitty mobile, is certainly very fast. So I think we're going to see a rise from them further up the standings, even from here. Do we think, or do we think they've got some stiff competition to beat to get there?
I think we got some pretty gnarly competition on the track today. There's quite a lot of skilled drivers. We've got some pretty gnarly drivers in GTE, and obviously we've got Doggo, Lopen, and Assetto Masters Racing in LMP, which all have strong contenders in their cars. It really just comes down to the willpower and strength of each driver.
Oh, Doggo taking the Gladris Motorsport car. Is that the start of their climb back up to the first slot? We saw them do their driver swap track down from first to sixth, but we saw them very strong on the pace. And BMS has crashed with the Prime Motorsport car as well, I'm told.
The Haas Endurance LMP's taken P1.
Haas Endurance LMP's taken P1. I can't believe we weren't watching that. That is terrible from me. I'm so sorry. But yes, do we think we're going to see that go easy? Oh, they're losing a lot of time, the Lopen car. Can we have a look at them?
Such a shame I'm going to botch it when I'm in the car.
Do we think they're being a bit stuck in traffic? No, it's completely clear air, but it seems like maybe the driver they swapped in. We saw them do their drivers. Well, we can't see them do their driver swap. They'll be at the back.
You know what's actually working in favor for the Haas Endurance team is that they have been on the point very consistent with their lap times. The driver has he has been lapping within half a second for every lap. That's pretty good.
Yes, the Haas Endurance team up the top there. And speaking of the LMP cars, I am going to need to go and get prepared for my to put in a shift. Wish me luck, boys. Everyone in chat, I love you all. I'll be back.
Oh yeah. So without we are 1 hour down the whole race system, and with having a really good battle everywhere. Miles?
Apologies, I'm having to commentate and race engineer for some of the LMP teams here today. So
Same here, man. Unfortunately, we can't do both at the same time, but if we could, we would. Right.
Oh, I didn't quite catch what you said. Apologies.
If we could, we would, right? It's our friends in almost every car, so it's really fun to see everyone driving their heart out.
Yeah, it's great to see the sort of determination of each driver trying to really push the car to the limits without having any accidents. Obviously, accidents are bound to occur. It's racing. It's quite the extreme motorsport, but it's good to see that each team is really just trying to push their car to the limit and get up those positions.
I have to say, I didn't expect this race to be this clean, but here we are with a clean, relatively clean race.
Yes, so far most of the accidents have really only occurred in the bottom half of the grid in GTE, which is quite surprising because normally for Assetto Masters Racing there is always a pile-up on the first corner.
Yeah, it's kind of a tradition to have a pile-up in T1 or the lap 1.
Yeah, it is a tradition for the drivers to have quite a big pile-up through T1, and then at the end of the race some profanities are said and we all go about our days.
And in some ways it actually makes sense because most of the teams are running their best drivers for the first team, and they have really showed a good quality of racing. Even with the incidents we had, we also had the same amount of good racing. Like my teammate was just telling me he couldn't keep up with the other cars because he was getting dirty air around, but he was still really happy that there was some kind of racing involved. Because we didn't expect for the at least for the LMPs with their dirty air and stuff to have actual battles. And everyone is doing a good job.
the battles have been quite gnarly between the grid so far. We've had the Lopen and House Endurance GTE battle. We've had the battle between Assetto Masters and Lopen in LMP, and it's just quite the exhilarating thing to watch each of these drivers try to either close the gap or make sure that gap stays wide open to avoid losing a position.
Yeah, this is going to be a really long 10-hour race. Like, it's only been 1 hour, and we have so much thing to unravel here, and it's only going to get more convoluted.
Yeah, well, that's just the he's fucking with the filters again. Oh, I swore on stream.
Sorry, guys. I apologize. I really apologize for my commentator here. I swear he's over the illegal age.
But
Not a
yeah,
child.
we've got a long 8 hours ahead of us, but at the end of the day, that's just endurance racing. Hopefully, we can see the teams putting out just as much effort at the start of the race, near the end of the race, and hopefully we can continue to see those battles going on between the drivers to ensure this race stays lively and entertaining.
Like in my prediction, I feel like, oh, what happened there?
We've had a brake lockup from the Lopens Endurance team.
The car looks a bit scratched. I'm hoping there wasn't any damage there. That's a really big time bomb. Okay. So in my prediction, I feel like mainly because we're having the best drivers racing in the first team, we'll be having a relatively newer or inexperienced drivers in the second team. So the whole progress they made in the first team will be different. So in my opinion, we are going to only enter the exciting part of the race, where the pace will be completely different and everything will be mixed up. So until we reach the finish line, we won't know who's actually going to win.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you can never really tell who's going to win based off of the first hour and a half or so. It's more of in those last 2 hours where everything kind of gets more intense, the pace starts to pick up, drivers start to make slightly more risky moves to ensure that they are able to climb the ladder before the race ends, where you realise that it's getting more extreme.
It's going to be even more extreme when we enter the night. So that's really going to mess up a lot of strategies.
Yeah, once the nighttime hits, it's going to be quite the interesting race, because I believe the last couple of hours of the race are during the night, and as much as I do not want to drive in the night, I do believe some of my stints fall upon it. But luckily for me, I did do a little bit of nighttime practice, so hopefully we can keep the car solid going through the course and come out with a solid position in finishing.
Now, what actually makes this track really interesting when driving at night is that there's absolutely no light whatsoever. And if you have your PP filter with very high contrast, and you're not going to see anything. I struggled during my own practice, and my teammates were also saying stuff like that. So it might be interesting. In the end, it's not also it's up to your game settings also, how you will be seeing the night and how your performance will be.
Yeah, the nighttime part of this race is just going to be a game of Russian roulette on who comes out in the top half of the positions and who comes out in the bottom half, because you never really know how well you've set up your game settings and how well you can handle a nighttime drive until it's actually there and in front of you.
Now, I believe driving at night is not going to be the hard part. The hardest part is going to be finding the curves. Those horrendous exit curves they literally scare me. So I really wish I could know where the position is even at night. That's the only thing I really want to find.
Yeah,
It might be
well,
different for the time. Yeah.
I'm starting to believe that racetracks should start painting their curbs with glow-in-the-dark paints for when races occur during the night
Maybe
to
you should have a
avoid
party.
drivers going over them.
This is actually pretty. Oh, he's trying to switch back, but the Ford plays it perfectly. Oh, there's a slight wiggle.
And a little bit of a wiggle in the, I don't know, F racing car. I don't know what team that is.
So the Infinity Sim Racing just overtook the Lopen Lapis, I think. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. No, the Lopen Endurance team. Yeah.
We have seen Infinity Sim Racing putting down some pretty solid laps for the only Ford on the grid. I would have expected Seven's team to climb the ladder a little bit more, but they are still sitting near the mid-grid of the GTEs, which is quite surprising.
Speaking of Seventh team, we are having a fight between Bhutan and the Lopen Endurance team. It's all dependent on this exit right now. It seems like the Asen had a slightly better exit. You can see on the monitor he's right behind, and we might have an LMP in the mix too. Oh, we got back. That's a nice light. And we don't know what happened there. Few laps ago, the gap between the P1 and P2 was only half a second, so it's up to 3 now. So I feel like a horse have stretched the gap a bit. And there's a crash of some sorts there. It's a
board,
crash.
Infinity Sim Racing Ford now joining the It's switching so fast. Jesus.
It's the so apologies for the switching cams. It's the auto cams. Sometimes it picks up stuff which we don't want. Yeah.
Autocam is rapid with the switches. Here we have Doggo. He's climbed himself into 5th position. Hopefully they can gain some
Oh, we
more
had a
position.
spin for the low speed lappers, I think.
Not too sure why they've called the team the low speed lappers, probably because it's the less skilled and slower drivers divided into that one car to ensure that the faster skilled drivers have a chance of a solid finish. Here we have the Capillarus Motorsport car
That's a
in accident.
big crash. That's a big
With
crash.
what car is that?
That's the
Sunset
sunset.
Outrun.
Yeah, sunset anti-color race.
Not too sure what happened there, but it seems like the Caldella's car was reared off into the wall. Rear end got a little bit of airtime. Sunset Outrun went under, and the rest was history.
I assume there was a slight. It's going to be a really bad damage for the Calaris because I think it went head on into the wall.
Yeah, went at a very head-on collision with the wall.
It's very unfortunate, like because they are also recovering from their own mishaps some laps before.
Yeah, they've had quite a few mishaps, but at the end of the day, it's a solid team, and hopefully they will be able to pull this race back in their favour.
And their fastest driver is also not driving it, so that could make the difference too.
Yeah, you can never really judge a team's ability to drive until each and every driver has had a go in the car. Once that has occurred, you can then kind of piece together the positions of which they will finish and how their race will turn out.
We are watching Dogo here, and they're trying to catch up to whatever time they lost during their spin some laps ago.
Yeah, I believe during their driver swap they've probably swap to a slightly lower paced car, as the gap has kind of stayed the same since their driver swap. They have gained a little bit of time, but
They
not
do
all
a server
too
best outcome.
much.
And I mean, no one has been doing nice consistent at Turbo, so they still have a chance to end up in the podium. I mean, they could still win because that's the nature of this whole circuit. Anything can happen, and I am
We've
talking
had
about
a
anything can
little bit
happen.
of a mishap for the Assetto Masters racing team. Not too sure what happened there, as we only caught the end of it, but hopefully it wasn't anything too major causing
That
any
looks like
damage.
a spin for the car, yeah. The exit curve of that turn is actually turn 8, I think. It's pretty dangerous. Even if you like take it at a very weird like at some degrees of like being parallel to the whole track, you'll spin. That's a
Yeah,
guarantee.
this track is quite lethal when
And
it
talking
comes
about
to
spinning, that was almost a spin.
track is quite lethal when it comes to taking certain corners. A lot of them have some pretty gnarly curbs, and you can end up going into them blind if you're in one of the LMPs because of how low it sits.
I assume the Haas team had some traffic because the open car is right back on them now.
Yeah, I'm going to assume they've had a little bit of a hold up with some of the GTE cars at the back of the pack.
And the Sunset Aston did a first server personal best now. It looks like the Haas car did take some beating on the side.
Yeah, it looks pretty beaten up. Not too sure what's happened there. Would have to check in with my teammate when his stint is over, but hopefully it's nothing too serious. Slowing the car down. He's had a little bit of a mishap with the curb. That's really going to seal the gap for the Lopen endurance car, but it really depends if the Lopen is willing to take the risk of going past both the Haas car and Infinity Sim Racing at the same time.
He probably could have done it, but the Ford was in a really bad position for him.
Yeah, sometimes that is just how multi-class racing is. Sometimes you feel like you can really just push yourself for that position, but then the slower class will sometimes get in the way, causing you to need to back off and just kind of ease away and reevaluate it, come back at it from a different angle.
Looks like the Haas car will be safe for this lap. Lopen is still applying pressure. And in meanwhile, Dogo did catch up a lot, and now their gap to the car in front is only 38 seconds.
Yeah, they've caught quite a bit, but it really leaves you to wonder whether that was because of the mishap Assetto Masters had while spinning. Oh, that's the Caldilorous Motorsport car off. Lopen maybe squeezing them, not too sure. Didn't get a very good view of it, but
I'm not sure what happened, but it seems to me that the Lopen car understeered and went onto the side of the Calades, which caused them to go off track. So, not sure what it shows, but I think that's what happened.
Very unfortunate for the number 78 car in the LMP class.
They did get a really bad race. It's probably a really bad damage now. We might see them on a pit lane soon.
Yeah, hopefully they will be able to recover from this mishap. But it really depends on whether they are willing to put in that effort to get those positions back, get back up with the grid and fight for their way, possibly, to a top finish.
Yeah. Oh boy, this race is really been interesting.
Got Haas Endurance in the LMP. Closing that gap on Lopen Endurance, that really leaves you to wonder whether that gap has increased due to the mishap with the 78 LMP. I'm probably just gonna keep calling it the 78 LMP because I don't know how to pronounce the name. But that is just me. We are
78.
back on board with. Oh, never mind. We're on board with Caldilarus Motorsport, the number 78 LMP. Really trying to push it to get back up and nap himself, get back to where he wants to be. We're on board with Doggo now, trying to overtake a GTE through the last corner. Backs off a bit, trying to avoid any accidents, trying to really just keep his position on the top of the grid. Haas Endurance LMP, just trying to get past the GTE, trying to keep that gap wide open, avoid any sort of battle with the car behind. Lopen really just trying to chase the Haas car down, not wanting to let them get away.
What's working really in favor of Lopen is that the traffic is actually holding up Haas so much that they can't run away. They might gain a few seconds, but it will all be reduced when they hit the traffic. So it's been pretty neutralizing with the GTs.
Yeah, another advantage Lopen has is they seem to pull out of corners quicker, whether it's be better lines, better throttle control, or a better setup. They just really seem to get far out on the corners and just speed off.
And Karatis had just had us fun in the background while we were talking about it. And the leader was just jumped into the pit lane.
Haas going
And that's
into pits, losing first position.
when it rains, it pours. Dogo also spun in P1. I'm assuming that's the he took the insert too much.
On board with Infinity Sim Racing chasing down P1 with a rather wide gap of 23 seconds. Hopefully they can close that gap with the pace they've been going at. I'm pretty sure they'll be able to here with the 23 Haas GTE. Been doing some pretty solid laps so far, but sadly they have dropped out of the top three. Sunset Outrun spins coming through, probably due to hitting the curb. Haas Endurance taking P2 again. Really just trying to push the cars. On board with Assetto Masters Racing. Prime Motorsport's not so far behind, but really just trying to get back up to the LMP pack. board with Doggo again. Really closing the gaps of each driver. He's managed to take Caldillaris Motorsports. Now we're just wondering, will we be able to take everyone else on the grid and get back to that P1 position? Doggo spinning again. Really, this second part of this second stint, I believe, is just not really going their way. Just having mishap after mishap. Here we are with the Sunset Outrun GTE Aston Martin. They were top of the grid. Whether they've dropped due to incidents or driver swaps, we do not know, but maybe they will be able to climb their way back up. Alright, after a short break, we're back on board with the Haas Endurance LMP. He's managed to make an substantial gap between him and P1 through driver swaps. By the looks of things, they're going for 2 double stints, but while doing a driver swap to ensure the gap can remain wide open. As we're slowly approaching the 2-hour mark, there have been quite a few driver swaps, but only one DNF for the teams. Sadly, the GTE Piston Motors team has left, and we are not too sure if there will be any more to come, but that is information only the future holds. remaining on board with the Hearts Endurance LMP. Not really getting much action from the mid of the grid. Not too sure why we've stuck with the Haas LMP. Hopefully we can have a look at some of the mid-pack actions soon. Joining Calderas Motorsports, not exactly last in the LMPs, as Prime Motorsport is still lingering among the GTEs. Calderas Motorsports driver is going pretty hard trying to get up with the group. Prime Motorsport, having managed to gain back those laps on the GTEs, is really just trying to push through and get back up to the LMP pack. Open Endurance's Aston Martin number 16 having a pretty gnarly fight with the Haas Endurance car, even though it is one lap ahead. Whether it be race orders to keep them slowed down so the car behind can catch up, we do not know. Back on board with the Prime Motorsports, pretty sure they're wrapping the hydration drink Prime with the colour scheme going on here. Not too sure if that is officially sponsored by Prime, but we will deal with it. Assetto Masters Racing, number 37 in P2. Possibly the highest positioning they've had this race. Here we are with Calderas Motorsports. The car is pretty banged up, but it is still fighting through, having a little bit of a wobbly touching the grass. We've got this Outrun GTE not wanting to go anywhere near it to avoid any contact. Haas Endurance's LMP still holding P1 very strongly, overtaking the slower cars. Joining the Open Endurance team in the white Aston Martin. Not worrying about losing their position to that BMW, as I do believe it is blue flagged. Infinity Sim Racing having a little bit of a spin. Not too sure what's gone on there. But hopefully they'll be able to recover from it to get back up with the top of the pack. Here we are back with the Open Endurance Aston Martin. Taking these corners very well. Nice and smooth, ensuring no accidents happen. We've got the Lopen C8 causing a little bit of an incident with the Haas Endurance team. Not too sure what happened there, but it did not look fun for the driver of the LMP.
Or commentating. The horse car is doing quite bad lap times at the moment. Ah, jeez.
stop pressing your push to talk button. And we are back on board with the Sunset Outrun car, currently occupying 5th place in the LMP standings. Lap down on the Haas Endurance team, but a long stop up, I believe. Now on board with the Caladrius car, 4 laps down on the Sunset car alone, but changing fortunes maybe, if they get a good driver and a faster driver. Getting right in the way of the Haas Endurance car there. My mic is crackling according to no, if you mean the like wind sounds, that's it's not coming from. We go, the Caladrius car just taking a bit of an off-road adventure there in front of that AMR there, one of the Lopen cars. Jesse, mate, I see you there in chat. Do you want to come do an interview? You're a big fight in the GTE standings here, so be good to hear from you. I need to keep up with my Discord notifications. I've got 4 pings, apparently. Cannot leave these people alone for a second. See here, I need to find the link for this. I need to find the link, but it's easy enough. For now, we're on board with the Assetto Masters Racing, currently leading the race, 12 seconds up on the Lopen LMP2 car. Hoping to keep that gap nice and wide, but that Lopen team looking pretty saucy, laying down a 10-6. They are the law around here. And we have with us one of the drivers from the FTF racing car.
Hello, hello.
How is it going for your team?
It's all right. We had a couple, interesting moments. I mean, during my first stint, I had 2 spins over the curb. I was a bit nervous. And in the current stint, there's also one spin, I think.
It's easily done. You're battling for the 3rd at the moment. You've got the Haas Endurance GT behind you. Do you think your teammate's going to be able to hold them off?
I think we can. I think we can manage that. We have. Yeah, we're currently planning to do around for 5 swaps total. So spend the least time swapping drivers and driving the most actually.
Of course. Earlier in the race, we saw you. You or your teammate duking out with the Infinity car that's now DNF'd. Is that a weight off your shoulders?
Actually, I played well, during my time, I had the affinity car around me, like for full 2 entire stints. It's actually a weight off my shoulders. Not gonna lie.
What sort of ambitions have you got for the finish? Where would you like to end up?
I would love a podium, honestly, but I'm just here to compete. I'm not. I haven't practiced to be, a winner at least today. Not haven't had the time. So a podium will be really nice, but finishing will be even better, actually.
Well, it's a long 6 hours. Anything could happen. You could find yourself up there. It's great to hear from you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem. I will do my best.
Have a good rest of your race.
Yes, thank you. Enjoy the broadcast.
Enjoy counting down the seconds until they put me back in that car.
How long until the?
I'm not in for another couple stints, so
Okay.
a couple hours at least, thankfully.
Well, me neither. Up next we have La Morte in 2 stints, so after that I'll go double stint again.
Yeah, definitely some good pace out of that car. I think 3 well-rounded drivers, not really a slow driver out of them. So
No, well-rounded is actually perfect. That's what I was looking for mostly. I did make the setup. I think La Morte will be using that one. So at least we have quite a stable car. That's the best. I mean, it's horrible at qualifying.
yeah, definitely could come in handy when the other teams are swapping in. Maybe they're not quite as fast drivers, definitely. So I think we could see. I actually see the Haas car has gotten past now.
Yeah, 2 seconds difference. I see it now. Oh, it doesn't really matter. I'm honestly only looking to not crash. I've broken my own rule a little bit by spinning twice, but
It's a long 10 hours. Just finishing's an achievement, first and foremost, before anything about position. So
yeah, exactly. And I'm mostly trying my new pedal here. So
good old new equipment test before the.
yeah, just before a big event, just trying new equipment, see if it holds up. If it doesn't, well, it proves everyone.
We're not a big event then. Okay.
Nah, it doesn't really matter. What car are you driving again? What?
I'm in the Caladrius 78 LMP, so we're basically at the back. We would be at the back if Prime hadn't managed to get served an 130-second stop and go.
Oh, stop and go. Yeah.
We'll finish though. We've got faster drivers queued up now.
Oh, a mixed team. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually see the Lopen GT that was in P2 is just presumably doing a driver swap.
Yeah. Well, I think during this race is the best strategy is just not crash actually. During the first 5 minutes of the race, I gained like 3 positions because everyone was going off.
Yeah, I think the consistency and the sort of maintaining decent pace while passing through traffic is going to be more important than the pace.
Yeah. The LMP is going to be a bit interesting sometimes. Like sometimes I let the door open in turn 1, like go on, you can go past, no problem. And then it won't go. But when I pay a little bit less attention, they just suddenly go for it.
It's a mixed bag, I think, with the drivers and their attitudes towards it. Obviously, it's always preferable to just be left to not lose any speed from it. But
yeah,
there's 2 races going on essentially with a multi-class. So.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes I like to send it a bit. You just need to be prepared for it.
That is one of the nice parts about being in the faster class, coming from only ever driving the slower classes. So you get to be mean instead of
Yeah,
people
exactly.
being mean to you.
Like I need to be nice to you, otherwise we'll both go out. How frustrating is it to stay behind a GT car in the first sector?
Yeah, it's a lot of a time loss, really, anywhere sitting behind the GTs. I'm not so confident passing in this car specifically. But, there we go, straight on to the Haas car. We get the advance warning when that one goes off. Flip over to it. Yeah, the field's quite spread out now, actually. It was all very squashed together at the start, but it's really not huge amounts of close
happening
battles.
on stream. I'm watching the late stream, so.
Yeah, right now we've got primes behind your car, but they're LMP catching up from there.
Oh, they are actually P10. Oh, I see.
Yes, from there climbing the ranks from their penalty earlier.
Oh, they had the penalty. Okay.
Yeah, they got about 100-second drive through earlier, so.
Oof.
It's unfortunate. By the time we got the message there to clear it, they'd already served it. Oh, round goes Doggo
yeah.
and I think somebody else there. It's one of the Lopen AMRs.
There are quite a bit of new names driving, or am I mistaken?
Yeah, mostly the Lopen ones. Come out in the force. Yeah, Lopen, Sunset Outrun. A couple people from here have brought other drivers with them.
Ah, okay.
So it's good to see. It's good to see the turnout. It's been really good.
Yeah. Like in the early seasons of Assetto Masters, I was like one of the fastest, like often top 3. But with the new guys, I can't keep up.
I think I would have thrived if we hadn't got all the new guys in that were all really fast. Yeah.
Okay, especially during off season, like last season BTCC was.
Yeah, it was an interesting one.
It was interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of my fault as well because I picked that and.
No, so I can blame you. Ah, okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Especially for Anglesey because I insisted we raced there.
Oh, okay,
and
no,
nobody liked
I
it.
didn't race that one, so.
I didn't either. I slept through it. But, it sounds like that might have been the best decision, actually.
Legend.
We're racing here. I don't care. We're racing here, and then it actually comes to the race, and I'm just snoozing.
Like normally, I was maybe podium, but this time I was extremely happy with P7. So.
Yeah, it was an interesting experience. What with all the it's the drawbacks of getting bigger, more populous. I think is you've got to deal with maybe some unsavoury individuals. Maybe not unsavoury, but different skill levels.
I understand. Yeah, like at first, especially during first season, second season, there was like this one club of people, all the same. So you eventually you kind of know what you can do and what you can't do with your actions.
Yeah, there's not really any close battles to commentate anymore. I was hoping there'd at least be one or two, but a couple pit callers, but nothing interesting.
I think the closest car is number
It's yours in prime
37.
at the moment.
Yeah, yeah, prime.
For position, I think it is the 37.
Oh, that's a small gap between 3 of them.
Mm.
Number 37, 975, and 15. And 15 is
975 is right at the back, so
yeah. I mean, that's a different car, so it's not super fair.
I think your gap to Haas might be the smallest one now for position.
Yeah, I think 16 seconds or so. Yeah, we're slowly losing, but we're probably driving against Elfie, so I'm not too.
I
surprised.
suspect so. I can actually tell you. Yes.
Ah, yeah, there we go.
But Alfie and Max both very strong drivers.
Yeah. Like, they are one of the
Yes.
few teams that drive with 2 drivers, I think.
Yeah, Primer's done all their swaps as well, actually. Sebastian in chat points
Oh,
out all the
nice.
drivers for them. But I think, because they've still got 6 hours, they're not going to not do a driver swap for the next 6 hours, are they?
Imagine.
They'll have to take more long stops.
I mean, is there a difference between a long stop and a driver swap?
Well, a driver swap is a driver swap, and you have to do a long stop when you driver swap. And a long stop is just you've been in the pits for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's no way to turn it off so you can driver swap without doing a long stop. And if you cut it, you get a stop and go.
Yeah.
Which I suspect is what happened to them earlier in the race.
So it's better to combine it, driver swap and long stop.
Well, you can't not combine or you get a penalty.
Yeah. Oh, even better.
Yeah. So they've got to do bonus long stops for every driver swap in the next 6 hours. Which is, but I said they're fighting back. They actually right on your BMW now. So hopefully they pass that fairly quickly.
Oh god. Nah, we're used to LMP dives, so no problem.
Oh yeah, you hang around here long enough. Yeah. Yeah, they've made the pass there. They'll take off probably here at the straight without losing you lot too much time. Yeah, I'm quite glad for them actually, because if not, we would be losing. And that's very demoralising, considering we're 4 laps down on the next car up, which is largely my fault.
Oh.
But, I made it all of 1 lap before I ate the curb on the inside of turn 1 and then ate the wall.
Oh yeah, that's how.
Yeah,
I mean the corner cutting is quite interesting in with real penalty. I mean, I personally didn't corner cut, but I had to run wide because an LMP just absolutely sent it in the last corner. I had to go wide.
And a lot of people are saying that 4 warnings isn't really enough for a 10-hour race, but yeah, it's something to consider for next time. And we're actually on board with your car now, who's the Haas car's in the pits, so you've inherited 2nd now.
Ooh.
About a lap up, I think, or a bit more than a lap up from or for the Bhutan car. But I mean, they're all wicked, so.
Like on the last second, I saw that our car almost lost it. But
yeah, there's a big delay on the stream because I'm getting it live streamed on Discord from the cameraman.
Ah.
There you go, you're in now as well.
Okay, yeah, I think we're now swapping to a Lamonte.
Quite possibly. The Bhutan car in as well. Don't know if that's for a driver swap. horrible for consistency, but that first corner in LMPs is really fun.
Yeah. You could just lean on
Whack
it
it in fourth and stick it. Yeah.
stick it, lick the stamp and send.
Yeah. Oh, sent it a bit too hard there from the
Oh.
doggo car around. Little cheeky one. Not too bad.
I think the Doggo car was in P1 for most of the race, wasn't it?
Yes, they. I think they're a long stop up on everyone else, maybe even 2 now.
Ah, okay.
But they were looking really quick. Yes.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Delayed stream. No. Forgot what I wanted to say.
Apparently, we had a punt in stream, but I wasn't paying that much
Yeah,
attention.
there was a small punt. Yeah.
Who was it?
There was a white LMP car.
I think we've got the only white LMP car. You
Oh.
sure?
It was an LMP for sure.
Oh no, actually, it could have been the doggo, because they're all white as well, and I think we're black and white.
Ah. Okay. I mean, I have the stream right here. I can. Go back.
Let's see what's going on if anything else is kicked off.
Oh, let's see.
Love a bit of fake news in PLM chat from the race control.
Oh lord.
What have you done to the standings to make it look like that? Please undo that. What's that now? 181 in 3 hours 40. So that's about a bit over a third of the race, isn't it? So if we do 10 divided by 3.6.
Oh, total laps, you mean?
I'm trying to work out how many laps we're expecting.
My fuel app said about. No, I'm not sure anymore. I do somewhere in the 300.
I think we're looking a little shy of 500.
Okay. Or maybe 400 in that case.
Yeah, I don't know how many long stops the Lopen car at the front has, if we need to factor that in or whatever, so anything could happen. I think that's the Prime car was off there for a second. But there's not that much to watch. Oh, the Sunset Outrun, actually. Click on that one. That's like 2 seconds gap to the Haas LMP car.
Wait, where do I need to click?
No, not you. It's all right. So I have to say a couple times, let's look at this car to get the message across sometimes. But yeah,
okay.
It's the Sunset car lapping. The Haas car lost 8 seconds that lap.
Oh wow.
So possibly an off there. But, doing a bit of grass cutting, a bit of lawn mowing.
Do you know if the server is real time or is the time fixed?
It should be real time, I think.
Okay.
Well, it's solid progression, and I'm told we're expecting night at the end. I was having a look, and I couldn't find anywhere to set the starting time, so it's possible we're using real time.
Huh, nice.
So yeah, that would make sense for it to get dark at the end. This is going to finish around I think 2 my time. Georgia's -6, so that'd make it about 8 p.m.
Yeah, it finishes like 2:15 a.m. Maybe 3. Not sure exactly.
Lopen having a moment. They're very gentle with themselves, Lopen, I noticed, and I'm told quite not so gentle with the other cars, but... That's a 78 in the pits. That'll be a half stint, I think. In fact, I'm not even the next person to get in, so I don't need to worry about that. Yes, I'm not in until about 10.
10 minutes.
No, 10 p.m.
Oh, 10 p.m.
Oh, I'd be panicking if I put me back in 10 minutes. I'm hoping I can just skive it and they won't put me back in at all.
You don't want to drive?
Oh, I don't like this car, not particularly.
Ah, okay. Who came up with the idea for this event?
Ooh, well, I don't know if that counts as industry secrets, and I can't really tell. It was a higher up, so I wasn't.
It's higher. Okay, you did it at least.
I was against the use of I was against the use of paid mods in general when we were deciding to go paid mods or no.
This stream is public, right? Okay, so I can't.
Yes, I don't. I'll just 17 live viewers, so.
Oh, hello. Yeah. Yeah, paid mods are yeah, a thing.
We've got Hayden in the chat cheering on. Oh, that's a big one. That's the Prime Motorsports car has just sent that Corvette into a nice little spin. That is the.
Oh,
the
I can't wait
low-speed
to see this on the.
It's a proper one.
Oh yes! Wow.
Yeah, that Bhutan car is looking speedy. But it's endurance, anything can happen, so... They can't afford to count their chickens just yet.
Count their chickens, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's all very spread out again, to be honest. There's not much to focus on.
Yeah, it is.
I'm hoping towards the end it might compact a little bit more.
I think well, for me personally, the car does with fuel around 45 minutes. I wasn't able to extend it to an hour, otherwise we could have saved one pit stop.
Yeah, I think people are doing 50. I think in the GTEs, and then in the LMPs it's about 45 or 50.
Oh, 50. Okay, well I did 55, I think. That wasn't
Oh
wasn't
no,
enough.
I might get mixed up. It could be longer in the GTs.
It's around 90 liters and 2 liters of fuel per lap.
I think previously in those in URD cars in other races, I think I've run just hours. Obviously that's track dependent and stuff, so.
Yeah, likely. But even with max fuel saving, you can't do an hour, so it's pretty much better to just go send it.
Oh, that's the AMR cars off at turn 1. What damage did we run in the end then? Because I'm assuming we never dropped it to 50. Yeah, it's still 80. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think 80. Yeah.
Yes, it definitely is, given some of the damage I've gotten from shunts. So.
I mean, if you damage your car, you don't need to repair it if you're driving something, right? Because there's always a new car going to spawn.
Yes, that doesn't apply when I lasted all of about 1 lap before touching the turn 1 curb. But,
yeah.
FTF Racing off, I think, going into the pits.
Again? Oh, okay.
Yes, it looked like they just picked up rather significant damage, unfortunately.
By the way, for those listening, FTF Racing stands for Forgot to Fuel Racing, because I always forgot my fuel. It hasn't happened this time, but just in case.
We've got any battles? I think the closest we've got is the Sunset Outrun, chasing down the Haas GTE again. Oh, that's the Lopen car. That narrows it down. Oh, they've had a bump as well. I think. I didn't see that actually. It looked like it just spun, but
the car number 10.
Looks like there's a bit of fighting between the. It's like the two at the bottom, so it's the both the Corvettes or something.
Oh yeah, spin.
So a bit of infighting there, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, there go one of the Lopen cars. Is that going to be our 4th DNF of the evening?
Ooh.
Cutting that time down, can we have a look at the Sunset Outrun car? They're only 5 seconds now off that Haas LMP.
Oh yeah, they're 5 seconds behind.
A little bit of a wobble, but yeah, it's clearly pushing very hard to get up to it. That the gap's being shaved down here and there. Reckon we could have a good battle on our hands here.
Yeah, that would be nice. Can you control the stream manually over there?
Serpy controls the stream manually.
Ah, okay.
Well, I think I've seen autocam on and off multiple times at different points in the stream, so I don't know if he's leaving it on or if he keeps going to like do stuff. I think he's doing his maths homework as usual. So yeah, gap down to 4 seconds now. Be interesting to see with the pace difference how much of a fight the that Haas LMP puts up. If that's going to be a battle or if that's just going to be the Lopen car blowing straight through. But, yeah, trying to make light work here. Maybe even some team orders coming out for the AMR ahead of it. Well,
yeah, that's the luxury of running 2 cars.
Well, and it certainly paid off for them with their LMP in the front by about 2 laps. Oh yeah, I'm waffling. We're not on board with Lopen. We're on board with Sunset.
Yeah, Sunset.
Never mind then. Yeah, I think a bit of a clear pace difference here. I think a couple tenths gained on the last lap. Doggo going off. I don't know how severely. They've got some damage from that. And Assetto Masters Racing now in the pits. Haas kart running wide here. Got reliable information that he's on fire right now, the driver in the Sunset car.
Yeah. since it is closing, but not super fast. So I hope it will be a good battle.
Yeah, that gap is coming down very quickly.
Oh, now now it's
on
going
board
down.
in driver's view now with the Haas Endurance team. This is fancy. We haven't seen this yet. Oh, he's not reading his real penalty, his real time. Right, hang on. The Sunset Outrun car getting through fairly easily there. I think maybe a driving mismatch. They could have somebody faster in later.
Oh, they've already passed. Oh, okay. Delayed.
I'm actually in. I'm in the VC with the Haas team, and he thought he was in last because of the way the real time gets a bit funky.
Ah, okay.
Is the AMR car back in the pits? I thought that came out of the pits a second ago. I thought that was already out of the pits. Have they gone in again, or?
AMR, yeah, there are 2 AMR cars, both of
Yeah,
them
pull
open,
up Sunset Outrun again because they're chasing down AMR as well. Yeah, the man in that car is on a mission, to be fair. Yeah. I'm glad I haven't got to add the start against that. The start, I would have just been panicking. But that gap is coming down fast. A little bit of back end getting out, clearly pushing really, really fast to get to that car ahead.
Love to see it.
Was that a 110.5? Oh, that's the FTF car doing a bit of a.
Oh boy.
The wheel spin back into facing the right way. That looks like it's after the second right-hander. And we're going to forget we ever saw that on the stream.
Well, I'm about to see it, so that's... Yep, I'm seeing it now, yeah.
I guess the other Lopen car came back then, because we only got 3 DNFs now. Yeah, the Sunset Outrun shaving that gap down to 2 seconds now. This is, I reckon this one will be a big battle. I think, because I believe I know who's in that AMR car, and I don't think he'll let them through without some sort of a fight at least.
Yeah.
But how much of a fight can you put up when he's shaving this many tenths off? I mean, you can see him there. He's just the Haas GT off into the grass, nearly into the wall over the pit straight. But, yeah, that AMR car trying just about anything to get the Sunset Outrun car off the tail, but looks like he's not outrunning him. And the Haas LMP in the pits now as well. I wonder if that's another driver swap. Yeah, getting right up there. Up in Assetto Masters racing cars at business. With the Haas now out of the server. Presumably a driver swap in the offing there.
Likely.
Yeah, those tends to trickle in down. I would not want to be in that AMR car right now. That is that is not what I'd
as a
like to be.
driver, it's quite nerve-wracking to see your competitor just absolutely flying towards you.
Yeah, definitely unnerving. But we'll see how traffic comes into it. It could traffic pretty much deciding everything in this race so far.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's an endurance, anything could happen. So, Haas team back in. Presumably completing their long stop then. Oh, up the inside. Made the pass fairly easily there. I think he's on the switch back from the AMR, but not enough. So that's the Sunset Outrun up into third. So we'll see if the AMR car fights back at all. The Doggo car doing it. Was it 096? Is that the fastest lap of the race so far? No, the fastest lap of the race is an 093.
Do you happen to know the fastest lap for GTs?
Fastest lap for GTEs this race is a 16.1 from the Haas.
16.1.
Yeah.
Jesus.
In the fastest lap in LMPs is an 093 from the Caladrius car that are in like second to last.
Oh, okay.
So we could see a bit of a turnover here. The safety car's arrived.
Safety car, wow.
Yeah, the Mazda 787B safety car.
Oh, lovely.
We decided we didn't need last minute, and he is there anyway. That's the Sunset Outrun GTE out doing what I can only presume is a long stop. I don't see why they would be pulling out now. Quite a strong performance, running P3 as of that stop. Yeah, they're back. Yeah, the AMR Racing still chasing down Sunset's LMP1 entry. They really want that position back, and they might get it. A little bit of a wobble over the curb coming out to the into the two right-handers there. That's going to be almost an identical move up the outside from the AMR car, but it looks like Sunset were prepared for that. But I'm sure we haven't seen the end of this. The Caladrius car making a move to unlap from the AMR.
Nice.
But, that's our fast driver there on a whiz. But that's created a lot of distance between the AMR car and the Sunset Outrun machine. I wonder if we could see a wedge driven in that gap, just breaking that momentum that the AMR car had coming back at it after losing the position. And I wonder indeed if the 78 is going to come after the Sunset car next, or because while they're technically blue flagged, he's clearly there goes the AMR car into the twisties.
Oh boy,
it's a
am I
horrible
about
place.
to see? Oh boy.
It's a horrible part of the track. Let's switch to the CM car just to see how he's doing up against the Sunset Outrun entry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Definitely putting the pace down. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it stick. Looking at their most recent laps, that's a 111 to the 111. Yeah, both 111s, but about 410s up for the 78, who's right up in his business now. So we see that car shouldn't be hoping to unlap itself. I cannot wait to undo all of that hard work later.
Let's go.
Oh, we've got numbers. I've got no idea what those numbers mean. I'm assuming that's difference from where they started.
Numbers.
The numbers, Serpy, what do they mean? The numbers that don't need explaining is that 5-second gap from the FTF
no.
racing car pushing
Now I
that Sunset
see.
Outrun GTE after that long stop. The gap even being shaved down to about 4.7, as I say. We could see a real charge there for that third place in GTE position. I guess the gap waving a bit just based on parts of the track. I'm not sure exactly how that's calculated, but I think it's to do with how fast both cars are going. As we see the Prime Motorsport car cutting through traffic, trying to make up that 5 or 6 laps to the second to last LMP, just trying to make something of this race after their unfortunate circumstances earlier.
Well, good for them for still being in it.
Oh, for sure. If that was me, I'd be gone.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, no, not even. Not a chance. On board now with the GTE lead, the Bhutan car, the BMS car. Lap or two up on the Haas Endurance machine as the Assetto Masters Racing goes off of the track somewhere. Can you turn that off? Is that surely you don't have to keep going back into? Where does that? Is there a pause button? It does it by its arm.
Oh, it's all falling apart.
Yeah, it's not all falling apart. It started falling apart when we started the stream, and it's slowly gone downhill from there.
It's just unfortunate to see power piston mode having dropped out. I mean, there's only one driver, chassis department.
Oh yes, was that
understand,
the
C8?
The power piston? Yeah, was that chassis?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a 10-hour race.
It's a 10-hour race.
I was very interested to see him finish it at all. But, no, I may have dodged the bullet by deciding against my solo entry for this as well.
Yeah, probably. Like last year, I did a 24-hour race on ACC, and we had 7 drivers, and you could only have like 3 drivers per car. So one guy did like 8 hours alone.
Mental.
It was absolutely crazy.
We had a thing. We did WSS's Sabring 24 hours in what would have been like November, December last year, and then we all had it planned. And then, whereas we'd normally bring 6, it was only 5 drivers per team, and we unfortunately had to leave a couple of the drivers out.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, which is unfortunate. But the Cladrius Motorsport now right up the Haas LMP2, I say, as the Haas LMP2 goes off.
Well.
That was extremely short-lived. Oh, he's actually just apologised in the chat. Well, I thought that was going to be interesting a bit, but nothing happening there. Ooh, a little bit of contact there between the Lopen car and I've probably got the best odds of being right if I say it's another Lopen car.
And spin the wheel.
Yeah, I'm only counting about 3 Lopen cars in GT now. We lost we lost one of the Lopen cars there. That's the 38. Got the 777, the 123, and the 16. We're missing a Lopen GTE entry. Oh, Lopen have apparently just hit one of the Haas cars as well, but I don't know which one.
Lopen has 4 cars.
Well, they had 7 signed up, and they started the race with 6. And I can now only count. I can count 4 plus 1 DNF on the timing thing, and I don't know where the 6th one's gotten off to.
1, 2, 3.
Am I read? Is there like one that's named something else that I'm not reading it right? So there's the one in 10th, the one in 13th, the one in 14th, the DNF one in 15th, and the one in 1st. That's 5.
Yeah. Open.
Where have we lost
1, 2,
It's 14.
3. What?
Oh, I know why.
I'm
One of them got
confused right
DS.
now.
One of them got DSQ'd for not serving a stop and go. That's why.
Yeah, that's
Which is unfortunate. We're having a look to see why that happened. But oh no, we're not doing that again. Come on. Put the PP filters away. No. Oh, my eyes.
Oh, what am I about to see? Oh,
Oh, goodness gracious. FTF Racing back in the pits. It's interesting because the time to the Sunset Outrun GT car isn't going up. Which is...
Oh, that's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, I know the feeling because whenever I see my one of the team's cars, either the Haas cars or the CM car, go do something, and I'm like, they weren't supposed to be doing that. It's not on the schedule. But yeah, unexpected things happen. It's part of endurance racing. But I think, I don't know. I quite fancy hosting possibly a slightly shorter one, maybe 4 hours, 6 hours. I'd commentate that, and hopefully we less team splits. Although it's only 3 people per car now, but with 4. Oh, that's a big hit from what looks like a BMW.
Oh boy.
I think that's your BMW.
Oh boy.
Oh, the car's in. Oh.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Oh, that's wow.
Yeah. A 110 dead the last lap for the CM car, matching a 127 from the AMR, which presumably has had an issue. So we could see the number 78 climb even further, but I don't think 2 laps is a lot of time to whittle down, especially since us slow people have got to get back in. But it's definitely been an interesting experience, not only hosting these, but watching the drivers drive in it. We definitely have got some things to learn for next time, like making sure the race control is actually there for when it's needed. But yeah, we'll definitely. I think we'll have more permanent race control, probably more permanent commentators as well. That isn't just whenever somebody's free between stints and doing race engineer stuff.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, he's all right. That was nearly your car again.
Oh boy. Okay, I'm changing my wishes. I just want to finish.
just we'll get over the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Bhutan pretty much dominating in GTE here. Gap of about a lap 40 to the Haas car now. Oh, I can't be yawning. I've got to get back in like an hour and 45 minutes.
Well, I have a couple energy drinks here, so I mean, if needed, I can go to the end of the race solo. That was the original plan actually, but then Lamorte and Raid wanted to join as well, and I was like, yeah, sure, no problem.
Yeah, because were you going to be a solo entry, weren't you?
Yeah, that was.
I reckon if I turned my force feedback down, I'd be all right. Oh, 78 crashed into Lopen Legion, which is I think the 123. which is really not great. But yeah, it's all very chaotic. I think possibly this is a bit it's a bit tight and a bit thin for the lapping, and you're lapping them a lot because of the short lap time. If you compare this to something like 4-minute lap Le Mans,
Yeah.
it
I
definitely
mean,
is.
maybe we can do a literal Petit Le Mans next time.
Well, this is Petit Le Mans. Petit Le Mans.
Yeah,
will be
I
there for
mean on Le Mans
like
itself.
like a full-size Le Mans,
Yeah, well, but not 24 hours.
not 24 hours. Well, would you not want to do another? Subject yourself to that again?
Well, not solo at least.
No, I would certainly hope not. But yeah, we've got. Well, what I'll say is we got some things planned, so watch this space.
Okay. Nice.
I definitely would like to host some more of these. Definitely.
Yeah.
But, it's been a lot of fun watching it, participating in it. Oh, that's the Lopen car off the track, having hit the Haas Endurance Team GTE car. You see him there just rejoining. I'm not sure I've seen the front of the Haas Endurance Team at any point this this stream without the front looking crumpled, because we saw it right at the start. It had something happen and it was crumpled, and we see it here. It's crumpled, and no disrespect to the people in it, but yeah, it's the Lopen car off again. It seems to have been hit by something. But getting back up to power now.
Oh wow.
I'm sure that well, that might come back to bite them. The doggo car behind them, down by a lap only. Shortly behind, just the other side of the double right-handers from them, and that is the Haas car pitting for those damages.
Yeah,
it would seem. So we get the GTA 2 view of the 78 car moving through some traffic into the double right-handers. That's going to be presumably a driver swap for the Haas GTA. In a decent position, I think. Second place in class.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yes, yes. But they'll lose some of that with a driver swap. Oh, I've just seen a message pop up in our text chat saying, our race is ruined, thumbs up.
Ah, okay. Chat.
Blaming the Lopen car, so this could get saucy.
Ooh. Well, get the popcorn.
Yeah. Oh, the Lopen car in P1 up into the pits there. That's going to allow the doggo car to make some pace, some time up on them. The BMS and the Haas LMP both taking trips into the environment. Oh no, we're not doing this again. They're trying to sack off the cars again. Yeah. Oh, we are not playing Sketchheads again. So yeah, that's the driver swap for the Haas GTA. But we see the doggo car coming back around. If I just check its position on the track, with my super high-tech laptop.
Oh wow!
I think they're about the same place on track. In fact, they've taken that first position away from them. The BMS car hitting doggo. That's going to allow the
hitting doggo. Oh
yeah, it's going to allow the. Well, I don't know who hit who. I see they've made contact. We don't quite have the big top-down cameras, so I have to make do with the single angle I get from the cameraman here. I think definitely better stream quality next time. Get a bit of warmth in the tyres from the FTF Racing. I think I've seen the pits for the 4th time now since we got you in here. Don't know if they're trying to send a message or. He's in the car. How is he talking? In the text chat? What? No. Stop, I need to go. Stop texting and driving. He was in the pits. And speaking of in the pits, in comes the doggo car. That is going to allow the
there we go.
Lopen car to bring up a bigger gap again. Is that to do with the BMS car contact? Or is that a scheduled stop?
Yeah, I guess it depends on the amount of damage if there's a crash. Like, I also went in the wall at once, but I could still drive, so it wasn't super damaged.
Yes. I think definitely this is not a forgiving track for damage. I think the aero obviously making a lot of difference, and I think some of the hot spots where you get damage, you go into the wall quite hard. If you think collect the inside curb on turn 1.
Oh
was
yeah.
when I had the incident there.
Sector 1, if you don't, if you make a mistake, it's just death.
But we're on board now with the CM car, making up that more and more time on the AMR machine after it. I think it's had a trip into the pits. Doggo back in the pits.
Oh, wow.
Are they still in the pits? They've gone back in. That could spell disaster for that car.
Did you have a crash and out or something?
Not that I'm aware of, no. You can only assume they didn't set their pit up right. Maybe forgot to do... Oh, they're doing a driver swap.
Ah, okay.
Or they pulled Leaf out of our book and they're sacking off the car. But, you have to hope it's not the latter. They've been having a very good race so far, and it'd be a shame to see them go out here.
Yeah.
There is still 6 hours to go, which is wild, because it feels like we've been doing this for ages.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we have. 4 hours is a long time. But,
I mean, it's way longer than the normal Assetto Masters races. I'm used to an hour, and then suddenly, boom, 10.
Yeah, damage is. Oh, here we go. Haas car off with damage.
Ah.
But the damage is interesting because, like I said, when I went off on turn 1, it snaps to the right. Well, it oversteers to the right when you hit that curb, and then if you sort of catch it, it snaps to the left, and
it snaps. Yeah.
And I hit that tire wall at like 120 miles an hour. And it's, so the damage you get is serious business.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's makes a big difference. Maybe this track a bit of a hot spot for damage. So I think there was talks of dropping it down to 50. It's on 80 at the moment. I think there was talks of dropping it down to 50 before the race that we decided against it. Yeah.
So maybe next time?
Maybe next time? Oh, yes, next time, and we won't pick the stupid little cars. But, another thing to learn from, really. Doggo, are they in the pits a third time? No, because they did the driver swap, didn't they?
Yeah, driver swap.
The Haas team now in the pits, presumably from the serious damage. Well, I know it's from the serious damage because I just heard my teammate say, I'm holding the steering wheel upside down to go straight.
Yeah, that's clear.
Yeah, it's one of the Lopen teams going side by side down the straight with a BMW. Both the BMWs are white.
Yeah, I didn't have time to make a livery.
Actually, speaking of white cars, I need to go install the skin pack because I did my first stint without the skin pack.
Oh, same. Same. And I'm getting like 4 errors when I try to enter the server. Like, content is missing. Like, okay, I know.
Oh, we're seeing some incidents being reported now. That's going to be interesting to see. But what was the skin pack was in this channel, wasn't it? Yes. Skins on Wii transfer. Are you joking?
Where's the pack exact? Oh yeah, in Mods and Server. Yeah.
No, it's in announcements.
Oh, in announcements. Oh yeah, redirects to.
Do you know what? I don't think I'll ever complain about somebody sending me a mega link again. Right, skins. Let's get these in. It says drag and drop, but I never install anything through Content Manager.
No.
No, that's how you fall through the grass on this track.
Yeah, I know there's a problem on this track, but I haven't encountered anything.
Well, it's quite funny because if you go to the real penalty page, it says in big bold text with exclamation marks and asterisks around it about 8 times. It says, "Do not use CM Content Manager to install."
Yeah, that's correct.
But we sent it as a zip file, so it didn't have that warning on it, and people installed it through Content Manager and they were falling through the grass basically. So I install everything manually, so didn't have that issue. Yeah, BMS. Oh, so your car has no skin then?
Correct.
Ah.
It's just white.
Oh, it's just white. You can get one of the default ones.
Yeah.
Fair enough. No, we're not retiring the cars. Okay, we're not. I'm not doing this again. I'm actually doing the next event solo if we're going to be sacking off the cars like this. I can't deal with it.
I mean, a 4-hour race should be possible.
I've done a couple 4 hours.
Oh, okay.
I think the longest I've done is 4. I was going to do a 6, but yeah.
Small difference.
Yeah. I need to turn down my force feedback. I reckon if I turn down my force feedback, I can do longer. Because my force feedback clips like 100% of the time, and I'm told that's not good.
No, that's not good. What wheel do you have?
I've got G29 on like default force feedback settings.
Legendary.
Although apparently, I'm told by my not very experienced friend that it's on its way out because it makes noise when I turn it.
Don't all Logitechs do that? By default,
yeah,
factory?
but like, apparently it's a bad motor sound, but also I don't trust him. So, but
figures.
I have to say I'm a bit rough with that, and like I said, I run it and it basically clips if I'm in a corner, and then it half clips on the straight.
On the straight, oh yes.
Yeah, on the straight, and it's like half the bar's filled, which is possibly an indicator that I might need to turn it down.
Yeah, maybe.
But I wanted to wait until after this. Just to be sure I don't mess up my muscle memory and stuff. It's the Prime Motorsport back up with the rest of the LMPs now into 7th, just sorting out the order there. What gap have we got besides the BMS gap, which is the second, because that's class. They're gonna be gone. The safety car is back.
Car 975.
Last car into the wall right in front of the AMR car.
Oh no.
It's a big one.
They have not been lucky in this past like 15 minutes. Oh wow.
What else we got going on here? There's not much. All the gaps to cars are like a number of laps. the nearest gap we've got is probably Doggo. Doggo chasing down that Sunset Outrun still. At a 30-second gap now. The Lopen Endurance LMP off track again. They're enjoying their off track excursions. Stop saying we're going to retire the cars. We're not retiring the cars. You're lucky I'm on stream and I can't say like speak my mind to you. Axel's chewing him out in the voice chat.
I can hear something to your.
Oh, you shouldn't be able to.
No, it's very faint. Can't make anything out, but I know someone talked.
Oh, what have we got for gaps? Still Doggo and the Lopen GT, and those are the only gaps that aren't a number of laps. Ooh. Sunset Outrun on, I guess, a driver swap, so they're going to lose that time down to Doggo. I wonder if they're going to lose that time down to AMR and possibly even Caladrius. It's a 3-minute driver swap. That's 3 laps. So we could see a big drop down in the positions for the Sunset Outrun LMP. But I mean, if they get another driver that drove like that one did, that's. I think they should have no chance clawing. Should have no problem clawing their way back up. I'm seeing a lot of team names and skull emojis popping up on Discord notifications. I'm just waiting to see if.
Who died?
Well, there you go. There's Sunset Outrun back in, so that'll be probably rejoining in 5th then. But I don't know. I don't know how many long stops down they are. I don't know how many long stops down we are. I should know that. That's my car.
Yeah, you should know.
I wrote the stint sheet for that car.
Okay, 30 minutes. I will be driving in 30 minutes again.
And no, we're not doing this again. For the love of God, man. Leave your camera settings alone. Don't bro me. 11-degree FOV glitch. What do you mean 11-degree FOV glitch? Are you going to speed glitch the Abarth stream car to go faster? What? Oh yeah, mate, this is riveting gameplay. Oh, I love what you've done with this.
Oh, what am I about to witness? Okay, I see it now. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so quick update.
Yeah.
It's time for my one of my teammates to swap over to. We're not filming a sodding TikTok. Anyway, we're we're swapping from one of my teammates to my other teammate, and my other teammate is not on the radio, and I might have to get in now.
Okay, well, no problem.
So I'll leave this to you.
To me, oh boy.
There's nobody else here. Thank you. Have fun.
Yeah, okay, good luck, you. Oh, it's all down to me. Problem is, my stream is delayed by about 30 seconds or so. So I will try to talk and commentate on whatever I'm seeing, but it's probably already too late. I'm just assuming that I can say whatever I see on screen. But no worries, no problem. We'll get through it. My own swap is about 30 minutes, so I hope I can fill everything. Right now the horse endurance is 16 seconds behind car number 16, so I hope that we're closer. Actually, the gap is extending, so it doesn't really matter. Not much going on aside from that, although the outrun car is closing to the AMR car. Oh, what was that? I saw an LMP card in the sand and grabbed up. Oh, and there's a Corvette going off. Car 722 is catching up to the AMR racing. I think. Well, there used to be a bigger gap, so I think they had an issue. Yeah, 1 second now. I would love to see the AMR racing car, but unfortunately I don't have control over the stream, so it just whatever the stream decides to show. Ooh, almost a crash. And there's a car going off in sector 1, MP car it seems. I've seen the pin again. They had a higher position, but recently they've just been getting rinsed, as I say sometimes. So I'm not sure if there's a driver swap that has been going on, or maybe just unlucky. But I hope so. Oh, perfect for the camera, perfect slide. I really hope they can bounce back. And I am not sure what this LP car is doing with this connection. Wow, he's just Tokyo drifting everywhere. Okay, not too much action, and it's super difficult to say something about events that have already happened. It's not super interesting to every one of you. So I think it's actually best for me to just leave and yeah, so that I don't clutter the audio. I hope the camera will be on me full time when I drive. Okay, no, actually joking. But yeah, it's better for me to leave. So I hope Oily will join you again soon. Bye bye.